So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Naruto was reincarnation of rock pirate rock D Zebeck. So this is a movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also I have divided this video in 7 chapters, so it will be easy to follow the video. And if you are new on this channel then please make sure to subscribe and leave a like, share. That will be super duper awesome, and it really helped me to motivate and to upload more videos. So yeah, without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
Chapter I, The Corpse That Breathed Again, God Valley. 22 years before the present, the last thing Naruto Uzumaki remembered of his own world was light, not sunlight. Not the golden warmth that used to spill over Konoha at dawn, catching on the Hokage monument and turning stone into something almost alive. Not the orange glare of Kurama's chakra. Not the brilliant white flare of Rasen Shuriken tearing open the sky. Not even the pale, sacred glow that had always followed the sage of 6 paths whenever he appeared between the worlds of life and spirit. This light was colder. It was the kind of light that erased edges. The kind that swallowed names. The kind that made battlefields, promises, friendships, and entire lives look small. Naruto stood in the center of a shattered dimension that had once been sky, earth, and sea, but now looked more like the remains of a broken thought. The final fragment of Kaguya's resurgent will was collapsing around him, screaming without a mouth, thrashing without a body, trying to reassemble itself from stolen chakra and hatred that had survived longer than death had any right to allow. He could barely feel his arms. He could barely feel anything. His body had gone past exhaustion and into that strange, distant place where pain no longer arrived as pain, only information. His right sleeve was burned away. His left side was wet and hot. His breath rasped in and out of him like something mechanical, too stubborn to stop even after the man inside it should have fallen. Kurama's voice, once blazing and proud, sounded dimmer than he had ever heard it. "Kid," Naruto smiled weakly through split lips. "Still here." "Don't sound so happy about it," Kurama growled, but even that carried strain. "You're the one standing in the middle of the apocalypse like an idiot." Naruto would have laughed if there had been strength left for it. Across from him, the thing that had once been a remnant of Kaguya's power twisted the air around it. It was not Kaguya exactly, not a resurrection. Not the woman who had descended from the heavens and tried to reclaim chakra from the world. This was worse in a way. This was what happened when a hatred too old to name found scraps of memory, scraps of divine power, scraps of regret, and built itself a body out of them. It had no reason, no ambition, no dream beyond consumption. It wanted chakra because chakra was there. It wanted life because life existed. It was hunger with a god's hand wrapped around it. Naruto looked behind him. There was no one left standing. Sasuke had fallen to one knee several minutes ago and had not risen again. Sakura was unconscious near the remains of a broken seal array. Kakashi lay half buried under black crystal debris, chest moving shallowly. The tailed beasts' voices had gone silent one by one until only Kurama remained fully aware. This was it. Not the clean ending heroes imagined. Not the moment songs got written about. Just one final stand in a place that wouldn't even survive long enough to remember it. The fragment lunged. Naruto moved because moving was all he had ever known how to do. His hand rose, chakra flaring around the skeleton of a Rasengan that could barely hold shape. The impact detonated what remained of the dimension's centerline. Space folded. Sound vanished. The world became force, pressure, and white emptiness, and then someone spoke. Enough. The voice was calm, ancient, tired in a way no mortal voice could be tired. Naruto turned or thought he turned. He was no longer sure if his body still obeyed normal rules, and saw Hagoromo Otsutsuki standing where no one should have been able to stand. The sage of 6 paths looked older than Naruto remembered. Not physically. Spirits did not age the way bodies did. but there was something worn in his eyes now, as if every attempt to save the world only taught him a new way the world could break again. "Hagoromo?" Naruto said, or tried to say. His voice came out barely above a whisper. The sage looked at him with something that might have been regret. "I am out of time," he said. The fragment of Kaguya screamed and hurled itself forward, warping everything in its path. Hagoromo raised one hand not to strike it, not to seal it, but toward Naruto. The air changed. Naruto felt it instantly, not chakra, not exactly. This was deeper than chakra. It reached beneath his skin, beneath his bones, beneath thought itself. It slid fingers around the core of him and tightened. "What?" Kurama roared. "Naruto!" Panic hit him harder than the fragment ever had. He had felt genjutsu. He had felt soul-pulling techniques. He had felt death get close enough to breathe on his face. This was none of those. This was displacement. This was being unmade from inside. "Hagoromo!" Naruto shouted, horror rising sharp and sudden. "What are you doing?" The sage's expression did not change. "What I failed to do before." He said quietly, "I am giving the world another answer." "I don't want another answer." The force around Naruto intensified. He dropped to one knee, his vision fractured. He could feel his own soul being pulled free like a root torn from earth. "This fragment cannot be allowed to persist," Hagoromo said, and for the first time there was iron in his voice. "Not here. Not in this cycle. I can stop it, but only by diverting what remains of your spirit through a break in the law that governs worlds." Naruto's heartbeat slammed against his ribs. A break in the law that governs worlds. Those were not words a person said unless something had already gone very wrong. "No!" Naruto snarled, digging his fingers into broken stone as if he could anchor himself to existence through sheer stubbornness. "No! My friends are here! My home is here!" The fragment shrieked again, and Hagoromo's outline flickered. "There is no time." "There's never any time with you people." Naruto tried to rise, failed, and forced himself upright anyway. "Stop deciding for me." For one terrible instant, the sage's face softened, then his hand closed. The world ripped open. Naruto screamed. Kurama screamed with him. There was no tunnel of light, no peaceful drift, no gentle passage from one existence to another. There was only tearing. Naruto was yanked through something vast and black and alive with pressure. He saw oceans suspended upside down. He saw roots thicker than mountains weaving through darkness. He saw red eyes opening in the distance, not one pair but thousands, watching him pass between laws that had never been meant to overlap. He saw a throne standing on the ocean floor. He saw fire falling upward. He saw a man's face, harsh, proud, grinning like war itself, had finally found a body it liked, and then the face was his and not his, and the scream cut off mid-breath. Something hit him, not physically. Memory. Wrong memory. A name forced itself into his skull with the weight of a kingdom. Rox D. Zebeck. Then came pain, not battle pain, not shinobi pain, not the pain of chakra pathways torn raw or bones cracked in combat. This was body pain. Old pain. Mortal pain. The kind that arrived from a dozen wounds at once and demanded attention from each of them like jealous gods. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Smoke. Heat. Salt. The sky above him was black with ash and orange with fire. It looked as if the heavens themselves had been cut open and left to burn. The ground beneath him trembled with distant impacts. He smelled scorched wood, cannon powder, seawater, and blood so thick in the air it almost tasted metallic on his tongue. He tried to sit up. Agony knifed through his chest. He made it halfway before an explosion somewhere to his left threw debris across the ruined shore. For a few seconds, Naruto could do nothing but breathe, in out, in no, not his breath, this body's breath, too heavy, too deep, too broad through the chest. There was weight in the bones he had never carried before, a brutal density that made even lying still feel like occupying a weapon. He looked down. His hands were not his own, they were larger. Scarred, knuckles split, fingernails dark with grime and blood. His forearms were roped with dense muscle and half covered by a coat that had been slashed open in several places. The ground around him was cratered from impact, as if this body had been thrown through stone hard enough to break the island before it stopped. Naruto's pulse stumbled. No, 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 no. He forced his head up farther. The shoreline stretched around him in ruins. Ships burned in the distance. Sections of forest had been flattened into smoking trenches. A mountain, an actual mountain, was sheared open down the middle, as if some titanic blade had carved through it. Men in white and blue clashed with pirates in a chaos so large it barely registered as battle anymore. It looked more like history physically tearing itself apart. And above all of it, like a word too heavy for the page, there was a name that came from somewhere inside the body he now occupied. God Valley. Naruto froze. He did not know this place, but the body did. Fragments came in flashes, jagged and incomplete. A laugh in a throne room, a fleet bowing in terror. Whitebeard's contempt. A younger Kaido's feral grin. Charlotte Linlin devouring a banquet while watching everyone else like they were prey. The promise of taking the world by its throat. The certainty that only monsters were honest enough to rule. Naruto reeled as those images ripped through him and vanished. Kurama. He reached inward on instinct, desperate for the familiar landscape of the seal, for bars, darkness, red eyes, anything that would tell him at least one thing in existence still made sense. What he found almost made him flinch. The place where Kurama had always been was there but changed. The old sewer-like chamber of his childhood was gone. The water and stone and iron had been overwritten by something vaster and far more primal. Now it looked like a canyon under a storm-black sky, the ground cracked with glowing red seams. Massive currents of pressure moved through the air like invisible tides. Lightning crawled not in blue or white, but in black-red arcs that snapped from rock to rock with a sound like distant thunder wrapped in animal breath. And at the center of it, far larger than before, fur rippling with a darkness edged in crimson, sat Kurama. Except even that wasn't entirely right. Kurama's eyes were the same, ancient and knowing and furious, but around him coiled something else. Something invisible and oppressive. A pressure that pressed on Naruto's skull even in the mindscape. It felt nothing like chakra, it felt like will sharpened into a weapon. Kurama's lip curled. You feel it too, Naruto swallowed. What happened to you? The fox's tails lashed once, and the entire canyon groaned. Wrong question. Then Kurama's eyes narrowed, and for the first time since Naruto had known him, there was something like unease beneath the beast's anger. Where did you bring us? I didn't bring us anywhere, Naruto snapped, more frightened than angry now. Hagoromo did something. He tore me out. I think he... Memory slammed back in. The sage's hand, the ripping of his soul, the glimpse of roots beneath an ocean. Naruto staggered mentally and physically at once. Outside on the shore, boots crunched over broken stone. A voice barked from somewhere ahead. There! Naruto's head jerked up. 3 Marines were sprinting toward him through smoke and debris, rifles already raised. Their uniforms were scorched. One of them had blood running down the side of his face. Another looked pale enough to collapse. But all 3 had the same expression when they looked at him, not triumph. Not courage, fear, the kind men felt when they found something that was supposed to be dead getting back up. That's him. Rox is alive. Don't let him move. Bullets cracked through the air. Naruto rolled on pure instinct, the motion tearing something across his ribs. One shot punched into the crater where his head had been. Another clipped his coat. A third went wide. He hit one knee and nearly blacked out. This body was damaged badly. He could feel it now beneath the adrenaline, internal bleeding, cracked bones, muscles half torn from overexertion. Whatever battle rocks, D. Zebeck had fought here. It had ended with this body broken almost beyond function, and now Naruto was in it. One of the Marines closed the last few steps and swung a sword. Naruto raised his arm too slowly. Steel punched through shoulder and muscle. White pain burst through him. The blade came out the back of his shoulder with a spray of dark blood. For a single heartbeat, the entire world went silent. Naruto stared at the sword embedded in him. The Marine stared too, maybe because no one should have been standing after that. Then Naruto looked up. Something inside him shifted, not a transformation, not a power-up, a threshold. All his life, when pain came, Naruto's first instinct had been to endure it, to outlast it, to understand the person causing it if he could, because hatred always made things worse, and understanding, somehow, sometimes, made them stop. But this was not his world. This was not a battlefield where reaching someone's heart could save both of them. The Marine's face held no great tragedy Naruto could fix in a sentence, no loneliness he could soothe, no hidden goodness waiting to be acknowledged, only fear, and the willingness to kill him because of it. Something ancient and vicious rose behind Naruto's ribs. On the cliffside beyond the smoke, Titans had paused. Edward Newgate Whitebeard, though perhaps not yet by legend, turned his head, his massive bicento dripping with ash and seawater. Nearby, a horned young Kaido stood amid wreckage like a beast, pretending to be a man. Charlotte Linlin, huge and smiling and blood-spattered, looked down toward the shore with her grin frozen in place for the first time in what was likely years. They were looking at him, or rather at what was rising through him. Inside the mindscape, Kurama stood. The black-red lightning intensified. Naruto. The fox's voice rolled like an avalanche. This world doesn't care what you meant to become. The Marine yanked the sword, trying to tear it free for another strike. Naruto's hand closed over the blade. The steel stopped. The Marine's eyes widened. Naruto rose, slowly. Blood ran down his arm. His shadow stretched long in the firelight. Something invisible began to build around him, pressing outward in rings. Pebbles on the ground trembled. Loose fragments of broken cannon rolled away from his boots. Another Marine tried to fire. The rifleman collapsed before he could pull the trigger, eyes rolling back, weapon falling from numb fingers. The third Marine staggered, dropped to one knee, and vomited. Naruto did not understand what he was doing, but the body did, and Kurama did. And something in the air, something old and sovereign and merciless, recognized him. The pressure exploded. It did not burst out like chakra. It declared itself. The atmosphere rippled in a circle around him. Flames bent away. Smoke was torn backward. Men across the shattered beach went rigid as if giant hands had seized their spines. A roar tore out of Naruto, not fully human, not fully beast, something between a tailed beast's fury and a king's refusal to kneel. Black-red force crashed over the shore. Half the island seemed to shudder. The Marine in front of him never even screamed. He dropped unconscious before the sound finished leaving Naruto's throat. Beyond him, soldiers, pirates, and even animals crumpled in waves. The sea itself recoiled from the pressure, drawing back from the shoreline for one impossible second. Stone rose, not floated, rose, as though the earth was trying to get farther away from him. Above, lightning split the burning clouds. Whitebeard's grip tightened on his weapon. Kaido laughed once, disbelieving and delighted. Big Mom's grin returned, wider than before. "What the hell?" she breathed. "Is that?" Naruto swayed. The pressure was still pouring out of him, raw and uncontrolled. He could feel Kurama's chakra laced through it now, not separate but fused with that terrifying sovereign force saturating the world. Where chakra burned, this new energy crushed. Where chakra flowed, this energy imposed. Together they felt like a storm learning it had teeth. He fell to one hand, breathing hard. The roar had bought him a moment, nothing more. Farther inland, across the flames and shattered ridges of God Valley, greater presences were moving again. Enormous. Monstrous. Men whose names would shape the age. A laugh carried across the island, a laugh that did not belong to anyone standing here. Galdi. Roger. Then another force, disciplined and crushing like a mountain learning to march. Monkey D. Garp. The battle above his level of sight was continuing. And Naruto understood instinctively that if either of those monsters reached this shore before he understood his own body, this chapter of his life would end before it began. He tore the sword the rest of the way out of his shoulder and threw it aside. Inside, Kurama watched him from the storm canyon. "Now you see it." Naruto clenched his jaw. "See what?" "That hope is a luxury worlds like this punish." The fox stepped closer. Each footfall cracked black stone beneath him. You tried your way again and again. Understanding, mercy, bonds, faith that people would choose better if given enough chances. His eyes, vast and molten, narrowed. And where did it leave you? Torn out of your own world by the ghost of a man who decided your life was a tool. Naruto said nothing, because the words hit harder than he wanted them to. Kurama's voice dropped lower. This world speaks a simpler language. Strength, fear, control. The storm above the canyon rolled. Power forces people to become what you need them to be, Naruto should have argued. He should have snapped back that people were more than tools, more than fear, more than systems built on domination. He should have remembered Iruka placing that first forehead protector in his hands, Jiraiya believing in him, Hinata stepping forward when she was terrified, Sasuke returning, not because he had been broken into obedience, but because he had chosen to come back. He should have held onto all of that. Instead, kneeling in the corpse of the most ruthless pirate in an alien world, with blood running down a body that was not his and history collapsing around him, Naruto looked out over God Valley and saw what mercy had gotten him. Displacement. Loss. A second life granted without his consent in a land already trying to kill him. His fingers dug into the broken ground. "What are you saying?" he asked quietly. Kurama's answer came like a verdict. "I'm saying survive first." The fox's 9 tails unfurled behind him, vast enough to blot out half the sky of the mindscape. And this time stop begging the world to be kinder than it is. Outside, Naruto rose again. The Marines nearest him were down. Farther away, survivors were retreating, dragging the unconscious, shouting that Zebeck was still standing. Fires painted the shoreline gold and red. Overhead, the island's central ridgeline groaned as another colossal impact tore through it. He took one step, then another. The body remembered balance even if the soul inside it did not. Every movement felt like learning to wield a weapon by wearing it. From the cliff above, a figure landed hard enough to split stone. Kaido. Younger than the monster Naruto would one day hear of in whispers, but already massive, already carved from violence and arrogance. Horns framed his face. His grin was sharp enough to be a threat on its own. "You're alive after all, Captain," Kaido said, voice full of savage amusement. "I was wondering if the old monster had finally died." "Captain," the word hit strangely. Another figure remained above, huge and still as a fortress in silhouette Whitebeard, watching with unreadable eyes. Big Mom stood farther back, smiling like she had discovered a new flavor of catastrophe and approved of it. Naruto's instincts screamed at him to say the wrong thing, to deny it, to ask questions, to reveal confusion. Any of those would get him killed. So instead he did what this world seemed to understand best. He lifted his head, let blood run down his face, and met Kaido's stare with a gaze that wasn't quite Naruto Uzumaki's anymore. "Did you come down here?" he asked, voice rough and deeper than he expected, "to see if I could still stand?" Kaido's grin widened. Naruto let the pressure around him pulse once, just enough for the air to tighten, just enough for nearby debris to rattle. "Now you've seen it." For a second, nothing moved. Then Kaido laughed. It was not friendly, but it was not doubt either. He pushed off the ground and leapt back to the broken heights. "Then don't die yet," he shouted over his shoulder. "This war's not boring enough for that," Big Mom cackled. Whitebeard did not laugh. His gaze lingered a moment longer than the others, and Naruto had the unsettling sense that the man had noticed something was wrong. Not weakness, not injury, difference. Then he turned away as another explosion thundered inland. Naruto exhaled slowly. He was not safe. Not remotely. But he was alive, and in a place like this, that might be the same thing as being permitted one more sentence before execution. The shoreline behind him ended in jagged cliffs. Ahead, the battlefield burned. He could stay and be swallowed by forces he didn't understand, or move, survive first. His own words, once about protecting others, now sounded different in his head. Naruto turned and began walking along the ruined shore, away from the center of God Valley's collapse. Each step hurt. Each breath reminded him this body had already died once and might not appreciate being asked to do so again. Above the sea, the sky groaned. Behind him, legends were still fighting. Inside him, Kurama's warped, storm-dark presence remained silent for several long moments before speaking again. "What are you now?" the fox asked. Naruto looked at the ocean. It was black under the burning sky, endless and cold and alien. Somewhere beneath it, in roots he had only glimpsed during the tearing between worlds, something vast was waiting. Something connected to this world the way chakra had once connected him to his own. He did not know if he was Naruto Uzumaki wearing a dead king's body. He did not know if he was already becoming something else. He only knew the old answers had not crossed worlds with him intact, so he kept walking. And when he finally spoke, his voice was quieter than the fire, quieter than the sea, but heavy enough that even Kurama did not interrupt. "I don't know," he said. Ahead, God Valley burned like the end of an era. Behind his eyes, something colder than despair and sharper than grief was beginning to take shape, not surrender, not acceptance. A new philosophy, still formless, still ugly, still half-born, the corpse that had once been Rock's D. Zebeck breathed again, and the world, though it did not know it, yet had just taken its first step toward a different kind of king. Chapter Roman 2. The ART of binding legends, the Rock's Pirates' reformation under a new philosophy. By the time the fires of God Valley vanished behind the horizon, Naruto had learned 3 things about the world he had been thrown into. First, the sea was too large, not physically. He understood oceans. He understood vastness. He had crossed nations, dimensions, and battlefields that looked endless from the ground, but this was different. This world was built around the sea in a way the elemental nations had never been. Here, water was not a border between lands. It was the law that decided who got to matter. Second, the name Rock's D. Zebeck was heavier than a crown. It moved ahead of him even when he kept silent. Men changed the way they stood when they heard it. Pirates watched him with fear sharpened into greed. Civilians went pale. Even the reckless became careful around it. And third, Kurama had been right. This world respected power first, second, and third. Everything else was decoration. The ship cutting through the dark waters was immense, black-hulled, scarred from recent war, and silent in the way only violent places could be silent, never peaceful, only waiting. The surviving remnants of the Rock's fleet had regrouped after God Valley's collapse, not because of loyalty, not because of love, but because their captain had not died. That alone had been enough. Naruto stood at the bow beneath a starless sky, one hand resting against the cold railing. The sea wind tore at his coat and dried the blood that still stained his sleeves. God Valley was gone now, literally gone, swallowed by destruction and history, but its afterimage still clung to him. Fire, tremors, the weight of a dead king's body waking under a new soul. His shoulder had begun to heal, not naturally. He had done that, at first by instinct, then by focus. The first time he'd sat alone in his cabin after the retreat, he had placed a hand over the puncture wound and pushed chakra into it on reflex. For one terrifying second, nothing had happened at all. Then the chakra met something new in the body's pathways, something denser, rougher, less refined but immensely potent, and the tissue had begun to knit with frightening speed. Not cleanly, not elegantly, but effectively. Chakra still existed inside him, or maybe it existed because of him. Either way, it was no longer alone. This world's energy, haki, Kurama had called it after tasting enough of it through their strange fusion, did not move like chakra. Chakra flowed. Haki imposed. Chakra obeyed shape, balance, internal control. Haki obeyed, will sharpened into command. Together in Naruto's new body, they felt like 2 storms colliding in the same sky. Behind him, heavy footsteps sounded across the deck. Naruto didn't turn. "I know you're there," he said. A deep voice answered, calm and enormous, "And I know you knew." Whitebeard stopped a short distance away. Naruto could feel the man's presence before he ever looked at him, the same way he used to feel when a tailed beast entered the battlefield. A pressure so great it changed the atmosphere around it. Edward Newgate was younger here than the version the world would one day fear, but the size of him was already ridiculous. broad as a gate, scarred like an old war map. Eyes steady, hard, not easily fooled. This was not a subordinate paying respects. This was a titan deciding whether the being before him was still worth following or worth killing. Naruto turned. For a moment neither spoke. At last Whitebeard glanced at Naruto's shoulder, at the half-healed wound. "That wasn't there an hour ago," he said. Naruto gave him the truth, or enough of it to remain useful. "I fixed it." Whitebeard's gaze sharpened. "You never had that kind of healing before." That confirmed something important. The original rocks had not used chakra the way Naruto did. Good. That meant the differences in power would be noticed, but perhaps explained as evolution rather than replacement. Naruto kept his face unreadable. God Valley changed a lot of things. Whitebeard's mouth twitched very slightly, not amusement, recognition. "That," he said, "is one way to say it." Silence settled again, thick and testing. Then Whitebeard stepped closer, enough that the deck groaned faintly under his weight. "Who are you?" Naruto's heartbeat thudded once, hard. There it was, not what happened to you, not what power is this. Who are you? He had suspected Whitebeard was the first man on this ship dangerous enough to notice the truth without seeing it whole. Naruto met his eyes and answered with a question of his own. "What kind of answer would satisfy you?" "The honest one." Naruto almost laughed. Because once in another life, that sentence would have meant something comforting. Here it sounded like a blade being drawn slowly. Inside him, Kurama stirred. Careful, Naruto folded his arms loosely, more to hide tension than from confidence. "The honest answer," he said, "is that God Valley didn't kill me." Whitebeard kept staring. "It broke something," Naruto continued, voice low, "and whatever stood back up afterward understood that the old way wasn't enough." That was true, just not complete. Whitebeard considered him for several seconds. Then his expression darkened, not in anger but in disappointment sharpened by instinct. "You've always been dangerous," he said. "But before, you were chaos chasing a throne because you hated the world." He leaned in slightly. "Now you sound like a man who's decided the world deserved it." Naruto said nothing, because that was closer than he liked. Whitebeard straightened. "If you've changed," he said, "then say what comes next." The sea crashed below, the night stretched wide. And Naruto realized this was the first true test of his rule, not defeating enemies, not surviving admirals, not walking out of God Valley alive, but answering the question every monstrous empire eventually had to answer. What now? His old self would have tried to inspire. Would have spoken of peace, understanding, ending endless war, giving broken people a home. But none of that would hold this crew, not this crew. The men and women aboard the rock ship were not friends united by a dream. They were predators temporarily sharing a table because the one at the head of it had the biggest teeth. So Naruto gave them the truth of this world as he now understood it. "The age of loose alliances is over," he said. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Naruto continued, "The government will recover. The Marines will rebuild. Roger will keep moving. Every weak island lord and would-be king in the new world will smell blood because God Valley ended without our heads on spikes." He stepped closer too. "If we go back to the way things were, competing egos, constant betrayal, strength wasted on infighting, then we die one by one. Maybe not today, maybe not this year, but eventually." Whitebeard listened without interrupting. Naruto's voice hardened. "I'm done leading a crew that behaves like a riot." "Then what are you leading?" Whitebeard asked. Naruto looked out across the Black Sea, an empire. The word hung there, heavy, deliberate. A wave struck the hull below like punctuation. Whitebeard's expression did not change, but the air around him did. A subtle tightening, a warning. "Empires," he said, "are chains dressed in gold." Naruto looked back at him. "Then I won't waste gold." That got the faintest flicker from Whitebeard, not agreement, not approval, but the acknowledgement of a line well placed. Still, his hand shifted toward his weapon. "So that's it," Whitebeard said. "The captain comes back from death, talks like a king, and expects the strongest monsters in the sea to kneel." Naruto's tone stayed even. "No, I expect them to choose." Whitebeard gave a single humorless huff. "Choice sounds better than obedience." "Sometimes," Naruto said, It means the same thing. That was the moment the conversation ended. Not because either had run out of words, but because both knew only one language remained. Whitebeard moved first. His bicento came down like a falling tower. Naruto twisted aside, the blade smashing through the deck where he had stood and splitting oak like paper. The ship shuddered. Crewmen across the deck scrambled backward, cursing. Some had already been watching from the shadows, because on a vessel like this, privacy was only something the weak imagined they were owed. Naruto landed in a crouch, one hand against the planks. Whitebeard did not wait. He swung again. The second strike was faster. Naruto caught the haft with both hands. The impact blasted splinters outward and drove him backward several meters. His boots carved trenches in the wood. Pain flashed through his not yet fully healed side, but this body rock's body was absurdly strong, strong enough to stop the blow. Barely. Whitebeard's eyes widened a fraction. Then he smiled, not kindly, but honestly. There you are. Naruto shoved the weapon aside and exploded forward. His fist drove into Whitebeard's ribs with a crack of chakra-enhanced force. Not enough to truly injure a monster like this, but enough to move him. Enough to prove that this wasn't just posture. Whitebeard answered by punching him in the face. The deck vanished from beneath Naruto. He flew sideways, crashed through a mast support, spun once, and landed hard near the starboard rail. The impact should have shattered ordinary bones. Instead, it merely lit every nerve on fire. Around them, pirates shouted and laughed and retreated farther back, creating a circle of open deck with the instinctive hunger of people who knew they were about to witness history or murder. Maybe both. Naruto wiped blood from his mouth. Inside his mindscape, Kurama's tails lashed. Stop trading blows with him like an idiot. He's strong. Yes, congratulations. Use your brain, Whitebeard advanced, weapon resting on one shoulder. I thought death might have taught you caution, he said. Naruto rose slowly. It taught me efficiency. He let chakra spread, not outward at first, inward. He centered his breathing, pulled natural energy or something close enough to it from the air and sea around them to the surface of awareness. It didn't feel like sage mode from his old world. This world's atmosphere had a different texture. Wilder, less balanced, but it responded. His pupils shifted, the deck beneath his feet creaked. A red-gold aura flickered over his skin, overlaid with thin black arcs of pressure that snapped like restrained lightning. Whitebeard's expression sharpened. So there it is, he murmured. Naruto moved. This time he wasn't merely fast. He was impossible. He crossed the distance in a burst that bent the air and drove a palm strike into Whitebeard's chest, layered with chakra control and that dark, crushing force of haki. The blow detonated with a hollow thunderclap. Whitebeard slid backward. Only one step, but he slid. Murmurs broke out among the crew. Naruto didn't stop. He flowed into the next attack and the next, body remembering battle even if the style was not Rock's original. He struck with open palms, elbows, knees less like a pirate brawler, more like a shinobi who had learned to hit like a siege engine. Chakra sharpened impact. Haki turned each strike into a statement of dominance. Sage-enhanced perception let him read the small shifts in Whitebeard's stance before they became full attacks. For several seconds, the strongest man on the deck was forced entirely on defense. Then Whitebeard laughed, and the air split. His fist never touched Naruto, it didn't have to. A translucent fracture tore through the space between them and hit like the world itself had been punched. Naruto threw both arms up, chakra rushing to reinforce muscle and bone, but the quake still caught him full in the guard and launched him skyward. He flipped once over open deck, corrected midair, and landed on the mast crossbeam above. The ship rocked. Below, Whitebeard stood in spreading cracks of splintered wood, his fist still steaming with aftershock. That power, Naruto said, breathing harder now, you shake the air itself. Whitebeard looked up. And you heal wounds that should kill men. Useful, isn't it? Terrifying, Whitebeard corrected. Naruto smiled faintly. Good. He vanished from the beam, not truly vanished, but moved fast enough that most watching eyes lost him. He reappeared behind Whitebeard and drove both hands forward, sealing formula burning in faint blue-red patterns along his forearms. They were incomplete, improvised, crude compared to the elegant Fuinjutsu masters of his old world, but they were enough to test a theory. His hands struck Whitebeard's back. Energy spread, not damage, interference. Whitebeard's next shockwave stuttered, just for an instant. But Naruto felt chakra threads hooking into the rhythm of the devil fruit's activation, brushing the boundary between body, will, and power source. So that was possible. Whitebeard roared and elbowed backward with enough force to crater Naruto's ribs if it landed cleanly. Naruto twisted, took the blow along the side, and let it fling him away rather than absorb it fully. He landed again, sliding. Whitebeard turned, eyes no longer merely testing, now they were wary. "What did you do?" Naruto exhaled. He could tell already that a full suppression seal wouldn't be possible in the middle of combat. Not against Whitebeard, not yet, but influence, disruption, amplification, yes, very yes. "I'm learning," Naruto said. Whitebeard's grip tightened on the Bicento. "That answer decides whether you leave this deck breathing." Naruto rolled one shoulder, feeling bones click back into place beneath healing flesh. Then, because he had begun to understand something fundamental about monsters, he chose honesty again, weaponized honesty. "I'm learning how to make sure the strongest men in the world stop wasting their strength on the wrong future." Whitebeard came at him harder. What followed was no longer a duel but a storm trapped in human shape. The ship's deck became a battlefield of splintered timber and cracking air. Whitebeard's quake blows tore trenches through wood and sent walls of pressure screaming across the sea. Naruto answered with Kurama-laced chakra arms, sudden bursts of haki-infused movement, and strikes precise enough to hit joints, nerves, and power pathways rather than merely flesh. The watching crew fell silent, because this was wrong. Not the battles between monsters made sense here. What was wrong was the style. Their captain had always been brutal, overwhelming, grand in his malice. But this combination of savage force and surgical precision felt alien, more dangerous because it wasted nothing. Every movement served a purpose. Every dodge lined up a counter. Every clash taught Naruto something new, and he was learning too fast. Whitebeard felt it. Naruto could see it in his eyes every time the man adjusted. The first time Naruto disrupted a quake wave, Whitebeard was surprised. The second time he compensated. By the third exchange, Naruto had already altered the seal pattern and nearly locked the vibration inside Whitebeard's forearm for half a second. Against any weaker enemy, that would have been the fight. Against Whitebeard, it was merely enough to matter. The final collision came at the center of the ruined deck. Whitebeard raised his weapon in both hands and brought it down in a two-handed strike that carried not just strength, but a full quake field wrapped around the blade's descent. Naruto stepped into it, a suicidal choice. The crew gasped. At the last instant, Naruto slammed both palms upward, one coated in spiraling chakra, the other burning with black-red haki pressure. Between them flashed a circular seal array that had not existed a second before. The Bicento hit the seal. The quake detonated. For one blinding instant the world became white noise and flying splinters. Then the shockwave burst skyward instead of downward, punching a circular hole through the cloud layer above the ship. Rain began to fall through the gap. Naruto and Whitebeard stood frozen in the center of the ruined deck, weapons and hands locked between them. Blood ran from Naruto's nose. Whitebeard's forearm trembled from the redirected force. Neither moved. Then Naruto spoke through gritted teeth. "You can keep fighting," he said, "and I'll keep adapting." Whitebeard stared at him. Naruto pushed a little harder, enough to prove he still could. "Or," he said, "you can stop pretending you don't already understand." Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. "Understand what?" "That the world we were heading toward dies small." Rain hissed against broken wood. Naruto held his ground. "You want freedom," he said. Real freedom, not scrambling for scraps under the government's boot, not being another legend caged into the shape history allows. The seal between their locked forces trembled. "I can build a world where men like you aren't exceptions," Naruto said. "But I'm not doing it with a crew that betrays itself every time greed gets bored." Whitebeard's jaw tightened. There it was, that word again, under all the power and fury and violence. Build, not rule, not merely conquer, build. For the first time since the duel began, something unreadable flickered across Whitebeard's face, and Naruto understood. Whitebeard was not moved by domination. He was moved by the possibility that strength could be used to create something larger than itself. That was the opening. Naruto released one hand from the clash, risky, almost reckless, and placed it flat against Whitebeard's chest. Healing chakra poured through, not enough to manipulate, not enough to seal. Just enough to repair the internal microfractures, the bruised tissue, the old damage accumulated through years of monstrous combat. Whitebeard stiffened. Naruto lowered his voice. "I don't want your death," he said. "I want your absolute best." Silence. The rain fell harder. Then Whitebeard stepped back. The deck did not explode. The duel was over. All around them, the watching pirates held their breath. Whitebeard lowered his weapon. His eyes remained cold, but not hostile in the same way. "You're dangerous in a different way now," he said. Naruto wiped blood from his mouth. "Yes." Whitebeard glanced at the handprint still glowing faintly on his chest before it faded. "I should kill you before you try that on the rest of the world." Naruto's expression did not change. "You won't?" A long pause. Then Whitebeard turned away. "Maybe not today." That was not surrender. It was something worse and better, an acknowledgement he would follow for now, not because he was broken, because he was unconvinced that leaving would lead anywhere stronger. That was enough for one Titan, at least. The next problem arrived before sunrise. Kaido kicked in the war room doors without knocking. "Captain," he barked, grin already halfway to violence. "I heard you and Newgate tried to sink the ship without me." Naruto looked up from the map table where half-burned charts of the Grand Line had been spread beneath lantern light. Several officers flinched at Kaido's entrance. A few edged farther from the room entirely. Good, Naruto thought. Let them keep their instincts. Kaido strode inside, all muscle, swagger, and barely chained bloodlust. "If we're deciding who stands where now," he said, "then I want my turn." Naruto leaned back slightly. "You don't want a turn." Kaido's grin widened. "I do." Naruto's gaze flicked to the officers. Out. No one argued. Within seconds the room was empty except for the two of them and Kurama's low rumble in the back of Naruto's mind. This one's simpler. Naruto stood. "Yes," he said. "He is." The clash with Kaido happened on a dead island 2 days later, because even monsters had enough common sense not to brawl at full strength on the only vessel keeping them alive at sea. The island had no name worth remembering. Just cliffs, black rock, and the bones of old trees twisted by salt winds. Kaido landed first and cracked the shoreline under his boots. Naruto arrived a moment later in a burst of speed that kicked up dust and ash. Whitebeard had come to watch, though he stood far back with arms folded, expression unreadable. Big Mom sat atop a broken stone outcrop eating something from a torn sack and grinning like she'd paid for front row seats to chaos. Kaido rolled his shoulders. "No speeches," he said. Naruto nodded once. "Fine." Kaido attacked with a roar. There was no testing phase, no measured exchange, no probing conversation disguised as combat. Kaido hit like a natural disaster that had learned to enjoy itself. His kanabo came down in a screaming arc of blackened force, wrapped in hacky dents enough that even Naruto's sharpened senses felt the threat before the blow landed. Naruto avoided by inches, the strike vaporizing the stone ridge behind him. Kaido followed with a kick that would have caved in fortress walls. Naruto slipped inside range, drove a chakra-laced uppercut into Kaido's jaw, and felt satisfaction when the beast actually moved. Kaido laughed. "Oh, you're real." What followed was brutality in its purest form. Kaido wanted proof, not philosophy. So Naruto gave him proof. He fought faster than Kaido expected, harder than Kaido liked, and smarter than Kaido enjoyed. He used shadow clones only twice, not as an army, because that would reveal too much too soon, but as momentary angle breakers to distort Kaido's rhythm. He layered sage perception over battle instinct. He used haki pressure to meet haki pressure, and discovered that Kurama's darker resonance gave his conqueror's bursts a feral edge that made even Kaido hesitate for fractions of a second. The first time Naruto beat him, it was by drowning him in adaptation. By the 15th exchange, he had mapped Kaido's rhythm. By the 20th, he could predict the slight shoulder shift before the Kanabo feints. By the 30th, he placed a chakra disruption seal directly on the weapon mid-clash, and caused Kaido's haki flow to stutter just long enough for Naruto to drive a Rasengan-infused punch into his abdomen. Kaido hit the cliff face hard enough to collapse half of it. He rose from the rubble bleeding and smiling. Again. The second time Naruto beat him, it was by becoming crueler. He stopped trying to win cleanly. He targeted joints, balance, breath, vision. He used chakra threads to interfere with muscle response for split seconds. He baited Kaido into overcommitting, then punished every opening with relentless precision. At the end of it, Kaido lay on one knee breathing steam, blood running down his chin. Naruto stood in front of him, just as battered, coat torn away, eyes bright with sage light and dark haki arcs. Kaido laughed weakly. "You're more fun dead than alive." Naruto looked down at him. "You want to be unkillable." Kaido's grin shifted, not gone, interested. Naruto crouched to eye level. "I can't give you immortality," he said, "but I can make your body stronger than this world knows how to produce." He tapped 2 fingers against Kaido's chest. "Your power changes shape, mine changes foundations." Kaido's eyes narrowed. "You saying you can improve me?" "I'm saying," Naruto replied, "that if you follow me, I'll turn you into the thing the sea itself fails to swallow." Kaido held his gaze. Then slowly his grin returned. "You really did come back different, Captain." Naruto straightened. "Will you kneel?" Kaido snorted. "No." The watching pirate stiffened. Then Kaido planted the end of his kanabo against the ground and bowed his head, not fully, not gracefully, but enough. "I'll follow strength," he said. For Kaido, that was the closest thing to devotion the world would ever get. Big Mom was last. And she was the hardest in an entirely different way. Not because defeating her in battle was impossible, but because Charlotte Linlin did not move through the world like a warrior. She moved through it like hunger given a woman's shape. Naruto found her alone on the aft deck that night, surrounded by empty platters, 3 terrified cooks, and a silence no one dared interrupt. She looked up as he approached. "You beat the boys," she said, chewing. "Now you've come to talk to me." Naruto stopped a few paces away. "You're the only one I can't rule with bruises." Big Mom burst out laughing. At least she appreciated honesty. "And how do you plan to rule me then?" she asked. Naruto's gaze dropped briefly to the mountain of half-eaten food around her. With relief, her smile vanished, not fully, but enough. There it was, the core weakness hidden beneath appetite and force. Hunger not merely as desire, but as tyranny, a cycle that controlled even the monster it powered. Naruto extended one hand. "You don't just eat because you want to," he said. "Your body runs wild. Your power and your craving feed each other." Big Mom's eyes sharpened to slits. "You know a lot." "I know what it looks like when power leaks into a body faster than the mind can govern it." Which again was true. Had he not spent years containing Kurama's rage, learning how to let monstrous energy exist inside him without being ruled by it? He stepped closer. "I can stabilize it." Now all 3 cooks were staring at him like he had announced a plan to punch the moon. Big Mom leaned forward slowly. "If that's a lie," she said, voice suddenly soft and monstrous, "I will eat your heart myself." Naruto did not flinch. "If it works," he said, "you'll owe me your best." A long silence stretched. Then Big Mom bared her teeth. "Do it." The process took hours. Naruto built the seal carefully. Not on skin at first, but across the air above the deck, with controlled chakra lines and pressure-infused strokes of will. It was part medical ninjutsu, part fuinjutsu, part experiment with the way devil fruit energy and life force seemed to coil together in this world. Big Mom sat through it impatiently, snapping at anyone who breathed too loud. At last, Naruto placed his hand over the center of the array and drove it into alignment with her body's rhythm. For one horrible moment, nothing happened. Then Big Mom gasped, not in pain, in relief so sudden it looked almost like grief. The pressure around her shifted, smoothed. The chaotic spikes in her energy pattern settled into a more stable flow. Her eyes widened. The room went utterly silent. Naruto removed his hand. "It won't erase hunger," he said, "but it will stop the hunger from owning you." Big Mom looked at him for a very long time, then she began to laugh. Not a cackle, not mockery, a huge, delighted, dangerous laugh that rolled across the ship like thunder. "Mama, mama, mama," she stood. The deck trembled under her weight. "Oh, Captain," she said, grinning with newfound sincerity, "now this is interesting." And that was how it began, not with trust, not with friendship, but with utility sharpened into dependence. In the weeks that followed, Naruto rebuilt the Rock's pirates from the inside out. He did not announce reforms with grand speeches. He did something far more effective. He changed incentives. Duelists who challenged each other over pride found that injuries healed only if they reported for strategy drills afterward. Officers who hoarded information discovered that Naruto rewarded competence with access to stronger techniques. Betrayal did not vanish, but it became more expensive. Then came the seals, not the crude binding marks he would later perfect, not yet. These first versions were more subtle Fuin constructs woven into weapons, ship compartments, supply crates, even personal armaments. Reinforcement arrays, focus channels, threshold locks that responded to hacky intent. Pirates who accepted them became stronger, noticeably stronger. That was the bait. The hook came later. Whitebeard's Quake fields grew more stable once Naruto showed him how to align breath, pressure, and internal energy flow. Kaido learned to force his monstrous vitality through newly awakened internal pathways, making his body even harder to break. Big Mom's soul-crafted creations grew denser and more responsive when infused through chakra-guided conduits. The crew whispered about miracles. Naruto knew better. These were systems, power systems. One-piece bodies had always carried absurd potential. This world called it talent, bloodline, destiny, devil fruit blessing. Naruto called it untapped pathways, and once he began opening them carefully, selectively, everything changed. By the end of the season, the Rock's pirates were no longer merely a terrifying coalition of monsters. They were becoming something else, an engine, an army of legends sharpened beyond what history had originally allowed. And at the center of it stood Naruto alone more often than not, quieter than before, colder than he remembered ever being in his old life. One night, long after the crew had gone silent and only the sea remained awake, he sat in his private chamber and stared at the first completed seal prototype burned onto a sheet of reinforced hide. A spiral, a lock, a crown made of intersecting lines. Kurama appeared in the mindscape behind him, vast and storm-dark. "You're crossing a line," the fox said. Naruto did not look up. "I know. You're making strength conditional on obedience." Naruto's jaw tightened. "I'm making chaos answer to structure." "That is not the same thing." Naruto finally looked inward, meeting the fox's burning eyes across the black-red canyon of their shared soul. "In my world," he said quietly, "I spent my life believing people would choose each other if they were just understood enough." Kurama said nothing. Naruto's voice lowered. "This crew would kill islands over boredom. The government would erase nations to preserve a lie. The strongest people in this world are disasters wearing names." He looked back at the seal. "So yes, I'm crossing a line." The storm overhead rumbled. Kurama's gaze did not soften. "And if you can't come back from it," Naruto's answer took longer than it should have. When it came, it was not brave, it was not noble, it was simply honest. "Then I'll make sure it was worth crossing." Far above the ship, thunder rolled across the grand line. And below deck, hidden in ink, will, and living power, The first true mark of the coming empire was born. Chapter Roman 3. The tailed beast empire rises the grand line, a new world order begins, power changed meaning once Naruto stopped chasing acknowledgement. In his first life, power had always been a bridge, something you gained to protect people, to close the distance between yourself and those who feared you, to prove that pain did not have to define the future. Every new technique, every harder-won transformation, every impossible climb upward had always been tied directly or indirectly to someone else. Iruka's faith, Jiraiya's lessons, Hinata's courage, Sasuke's rivalry, Kakashi's patience. The village that had once hated him, then slowly, painfully, learned to speak his name with pride. Power had been the thing that let him reach people. Here, it was the thing that made them kneel before he ever had to speak. That truth disturbed him for a while, then it became useful. The Grand Line did not need a savior. It did not even need a conqueror in the simple pirate sense. It already had enough men trying to take, rule, plunder, and proclaim themselves kings over stretches of water they could barely hold for a season. What it had never seen was something worse. A ruler who understood systems. A monster who had once dreamed like a hero. The first island Naruto marked fell without a siege. It was a lawless trade port in the deeper routes, beyond ordinary government protection. A pirate held crossroads full of black market dealers. Mercenaries, slavers, and middlemen who sold supplies to whichever crews were currently violent enough to pay in treasure rather than blood. By the old rules of the sea, taking it would have meant occupying it, planting banners. Leaving troops. Fighting off the next would be claimant. Wasting manpower to babysit a nest of parasites until it produced enough value to matter. Naruto had no interest in any of that. He arrived with a single ship, not the full Rock's fleet. Not Whitebeard, not Kaido, not Big Mom, just himself and a skeleton escort large enough to be seen but small enough to be insulting. The port laughed when they saw him dock with so little force. Men shouted from rooftops. Armed crews lined the piers. A local pirate chief, fat with confidence and surrounded by hired killers, came out personally to demand tribute for the right to anchor. Naruto listened without expression. Then he raised one hand. The chief collapsed unconscious before his speech finished. So did half the armed men around him. The other half staggered, hands flying to heads, knees buckling as a pressure they could neither understand nor resist descended over the harbor like a silent judgment. Naruto walked past them. No clone army. No tailed beast form. No grand declaration. He went straight to the island's central watchtower, placed one hand against its stone foundation, and pressed chakra into a seal formula he had spent 3 nights perfecting. The mark spread like burning ink through the tower's base, spiral, lock, crown. A low pulse moved outward through the island's bedrock. Every den mushy in the port screamed at once. Then silence. Naruto turned and looked over the harbor. From this moment on, he said, voice carrying through hacky pressure more than volume, this island belongs to me. No one interrupted. Because the men who still stood could feel it now, something under the stone, something waiting. Naruto's gaze swept over the docks, the rooftops, the guns, the ships. If a marine fleet approaches, he said, that seal will flare. If you resist when it does, the tower explodes first. He let that settle. Then he added the line that truly mattered. If you obey, I leave you alone. And just like that, he walked back to the ship. No occupation, no garrison, no loot taken. Only a seal left behind, and a lesson hammered into the island hard enough that word would spread faster than any newspaper could manage. By the time they reached the second island, the first had already begun telling the story wrong in ways that made Naruto even more frightening. Some said the tower contained a demon, some said rocks D. Zebeck had made a deal with the sea itself. Some said he had planted a piece of his own soul under the island. Naruto corrected none of it. Fear was most efficient when it edited itself. That became the pattern. He did not conquer territory the way pirates expected. He demonstrated overwhelming power in one decisive moment, installed a seal marker tied to long-range chakra triggers, and moved on. Villages, ports, hidden weapon foundries, supply routes, pirate refuges each became part of a widening network of invisible pressure. He was not building an empire of walls. He was building an empire of consequences. Within a year, several things happened at once. Minor pirate crews began changing course rather than risk entering waters whispered to be under the Fox King's notice. Independent island rulers started sending tribute preemptively, not because Naruto had demanded it, but because they were terrified he eventually would. The world government, slow at first and arrogant in the exact way old power always was, began to realize that something new had taken shape in the new world, not a pirate coalition, not a temporary warlord surge, but a distributed territorial force that could not be dislodged through normal naval pressure. And within the Rock's crew itself, the change was even more dramatic, because Naruto had not stopped with islands, he had started rewriting monsters. The training deck at dawn no longer looked like a pirate ship's upper level. It looked like the aftermath of a battlefield lecture given by an insane god. Whitebeard stood barefoot in a circle of carved seal lines, massive arms folded, while Naruto adjusted the final ink marks around the perimeter. Kaido, impatient and bruised, leaned against a shattered mast section with visible disdain for anything that involved stillness. Big Mom sat on a reinforced steel seat because wood had stopped surviving her training weeks ago. Around them, selected officers watched from a distance. Not all of them were allowed close. Naruto had become increasingly selective about who saw the methods, not because he was paranoid, though he was becoming that too, but because information now had ranking. Exposure itself was a privilege. Naruto finished the seal and rose. "Again," he said. Kaido groaned theatrically. "If the answer to every problem is again, I'm going to kill you myself." Naruto didn't even look at him. "You've tried that twice," Kaido grinned. Fair, Whitebeard, to his credit, remained focused. "What changes this time?" Naruto stepped into the circle and placed a hand flat against Whitebeard's sternum, not a mark of affection, a calibration point. "Last time I amplified output," Naruto said. "This time I want control." He glanced at Big Mom. "You were right." Big Mom blinked. "About what?" Naruto's expression stayed flat. "Power that can't be used casually becomes inconvenient." That got a sharp laugh from her. He continued, more to Whitebeard than anyone else. "Your quakeability is too broad at high yield. You release force like a king, issuing punishments to entire provinces." Whitebeard gave him a long look. "You say that like it's a flaw. It is if you want to crack one fortress without sinking the island under it." That landed. Whitebeard nodded once. "Then teach." Naruto centered his breathing. The idea had come to him not from this world, but from everything he had once known about chakra control. In the elemental nations, the gap between a crude shinobi and a master had never been purely about raw reserves. It had been precision, efficiency. The difference between flooding power outward and threading it through the exact pathway that produced the intended result. Devil fruits. Hacky, monstrous bodies, this world treated all of them like blunt instruments wielded by increasingly absurd men. Naruto hated wasted systems. So he began forcing refinement where chaos used to be enough. "Do it slowly," he said. Whitebeard lifted one hand. The air around his fist trembled. Naruto activated the seal circle. The formula lit in layered bands blue chakra structure, black-red Haki response, and a new third element. Feedback patterns derived from how natural energy and devil fruit activation frequencies collided in the body. The first time Whitebeard released power, the seal circle blew apart. The second time, the deck beneath them caved in. The third time, Naruto adjusted the alignment, and Whitebeard managed to produce a narrow quake line that split a steel target 50 meters away without shattering the 6 dummies beside it. Kaido whistled. Big Mom leaned forward. Whitebeard stared at the target in silence. Naruto folded his arms. "There," he said, "spatial warping on a tighter vector." Whitebeard looked at his own hand, then at Naruto. "That's not stronger," Naruto nodded. "No." Then he allowed himself the faintest cold smile. It's deadlier. Whitebeard's answering expression was not approval, but it was interest. Kaido came next. Kaido's problem had never been lack of power. It had been abundance without internal architecture. He was a fortress that had learned to charge. Naruto's approach with him was different, less refinement, more integration. The body of a dragon had never belonged in a world without chakra pathways. Naruto became increasingly convinced of that. The deeper he examined Kaido's energy with sensory techniques, the more obvious it became that this world's strongest beings already possessed proto-pathways, channels of internal force that resembled chakra systems, but had never been consciously mapped or trained. Humans here called it instinct. Naruto called it wasted inheritance. He had Kaido shift forms repeatedly while standing inside a multi-layered seal array reinforced with haki anchors. Human, hybrid, beast, back again. Each transformation sent violent currents through Kaido's body. Naruto tracked them, mapped them, and used small bursts of chakra to redirect their flow toward newly awakened nodes. Kaido snarled halfway through the process. "This feels wrong." Naruto did not stop. "That's because your body has been winning without understanding itself." Kaido's horns seemed to throb as more energy surged through him. And now, Naruto's hands flashed through signs almost no one in this world would ever understand. Now it starts learning. The result was immediate and monstrous. Kaido's hybrid form thickened with a new kind of density not visibly larger, but more complete somehow, as if the energy sustaining the transformation had stopped fighting his body and started obeying it. Crackling elemental residue built at the edges of his scales. His breath attacks stabilized. His recovery sharpened. More importantly, natural energy began clinging to him, not true sage mode, not even close, but affinity. A primitive elemental resonance tied to his Zoan nature. Kaido stared at his own clawed hand as small arcs of storm light crawled over the scales. Then he laughed. "Oh, I like this." Naruto stepped back. "You wanted to be harder to kill." Kaido looked up, grin widening into something feral. "You made the world harder to survive. Close enough." Big Mom's transformation was the most horrifying. With Whitebeard, Naruto sharpened force. With Kaido, he deepened durability and elemental alignment. With Big Mom, he touched the boundary between soul and weapon. Her devil fruit was already one of the most unnatural things Naruto had encountered in this world. It interacted with fear, essence, lifespan, and personality in ways that felt less like ninjutsu and more like a curse with legal authority. But once Naruto began feeding tailed beast chakra through her stabilized energy channels, the results crossed into entirely new territory. Her homies stopped feeling like animated constructs. They started feeling alive, not fully, not independently, but enough that the larger one's blades, storm masses, flame entities developed a predatory coherence that made veteran pirates physically uncomfortable to stand near them. One sword forged with her soul, and Kurama-laced chakra began snarling in its sheath at anyone who looked at Big Mom with disloyal thoughts. A storm cloud turned black at its center and responded to her irritation before she spoke. A living flame learned how to cling to haki-coated targets instead of dispersing. Big Mom adored all of it. "Mama, Mama," she laughed, lifting a new soul-forged cannon that pulsed like a living heart. "Look at them, they're beautiful." Naruto watched the thing twitch and decided beauty had become a highly subjective category in this world. Still, the strategic value was undeniable. The Rocks pirates were no longer merely exceptional individuals traveling together. They were evolving into a force multiplier network. A system of apex predators whose abilities now reinforced, coordinated, and escalated one another. And Naruto stood above them all, increasingly feared not just for his own strength, but because he made everyone near him worse for the rest of the world. That was when the government finally stopped underestimating him. The report arrived through blood and wreckage. A scouting vessel limped into one of Naruto's marked harbors with its sails half burned and its crew too shaken to speak clearly. The officer in charge, one of the very few men Naruto allowed direct access during strategic briefings, dropped to one knee and presented the intercepted transmission with both hands. Naruto read it in silence. Then once again, the words did not change. Buster Call authorized multiple warships. Heavy Marine presence. Vice Admiral class leadership. Direct objective. Full erasure of 3 islands recently brought under Naruto's SEAL network. Civilian casualties categorized as acceptable. Capture or kill priority elevated on Rocks D, Zebeck, and associated top command monsters. Across the room, Kaido grinned like he had just been invited to a festival. Big Mom licked her lips. Whitebeard said nothing, but the pressure around him changed. Naruto folded the paper. They learned, he said. Whitebeard's gaze stayed on him. So now, Naruto looked up. We respond. Kaido thumped his kanabo against the floor. Finally! But Naruto raised a hand. No fleet battle. Kaido frowned. Big Mom scowled. Several officers looked confused. Naruto's tone remained calm. If we meet them ship for ship, we validate their assumptions. They think this is a conventional military problem. I don't want to beat that. I want to erase it. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. You're going alone. Naruto did not answer right away. That was answer enough. The silence that followed was heavy with disbelief, then anger, then something darker. Big Mom laughed first. Oh, now that's arrogant. Kaido's grin returned instantly. I knew I liked him. Whitebeard took one step forward. This isn't a duel or a message to a petty island lord. A Buster Call is a machine. You don't crush a machine by feeding yourself into it alone. Naruto met his gaze. No, he said. You crush it by making sure not one part returns to explain what happened. That line hung in the room like a blade. Whitebeard studied him for a long moment. Then, quietly, How certain are you? Naruto answered with the truth. Not certain enough to call it safe. Kaido laughed again. Whitebeard ignored him. But certain enough, Naruto continued, to know this is the right move. He tapped the map. If the government learns we can be drawn into large-scale fleet confrontations whenever they choose the battlefield, then we've already lost flexibility. I want them afraid to gather ships at all. Big Mom's smile widened slowly. That, she said, is a nasty little idea. Naruto looked at the marked route of the incoming fleet. It was moving toward 3 sealed islands in staggered formation, confident in its own invulnerability, certain that overwhelming naval superiority and the usual machinery of state terror would do what it always did: erase resistance, rewrite memory, make survivors too frightened to name the dead. Naruto had seen systems like that before, had fought against them, had once stood opposite a world that used fear and structure to decide who counted. Maybe that was why his answer felt so natural now. He would become better at it than they were. The ocean on the day of the Buster Call was gray and endless. The fleet moved in layered formation, black hulls cutting clean through the swells, cannon decks loaded, signal lines busy, soldiers at readiness. From a distance, it looked invincible. A nation's wrath arranged into geometry. Naruto stood alone on the sea ahead of them, not on a ship, on the water itself. A thin platform of chakra and pressure balanced beneath his feet, hidden under the churn. His coat snapped in the wind. The sky overhead darkened with storm buildup, and not all of it was weather. The lead warship saw him first. Signal flags shifted, commands were shouted. Spyglasses turned, a single man, stationary, waiting. The fleet slowed just enough for their caution to become visible. Naruto inhaled. Inside him, Kurama rose. The mindscape thundered black-red. Massive tails unfurled against storm sky. The fox's eyes burned brighter than any lantern ever could. You know what comes after this. Naruto's gaze stayed on the fleet. Yes, they stopped calling you pirate. Naruto's expression did not change. They already should have. The first cannon fired. Then 20 more. The sea erupted in smoke and iron as a barrage screamed toward him. Naruto did not move until the last instant, then the pressure around him shifted. A cloak of dark chakra burst outward, not the old bright mantle of the 9 tails, not the wild orange blaze the world he came from would have recognized. This was deeper. Black at the edges, red at the core. Armament Haki crawled over it in branching veins, giving the chakra shape a terrifying density. The first cannonballs hit the aura and never reached flesh. They vaporized, not exploded, not deflected, turned to glowing fragments and ash before contact. The fleet faltered. Soldiers shouted. Vice admirals barked new orders. Naruto lifted one hand. Behind him, the shape of Kurama began to rise, not fully, not all at once. A skeletal outline at first, then muscle and flame, then a colossal fox avatar formed of tailed beast chakra and dark Haki pressure, towering over the sea like a myth dragged into daylight. Its tails whipped behind it, crackling with black lightning. Waves fled outward from the sheer force of its presence. Men dropped weapons, others screamed, some simply froze. Naruto could feel their fear like static. He could also feel the sea beneath him, the roots far below, the strange world energy threading through everything. Not yet fully understood, not yet mastered, but enough to answer if he reached for it hard enough. He formed a hand sign. The avatar roared. Conqueror's Haki detonated across the ocean. 3 frontline ships lost entire decks of consciousness in a single wave. Soldiers fell where they stood. Gunners collapsed against cannons. Helmsmen slumped over their stations. The ships did not stop moving at first because momentum still carried them, but command had already died on its feet. Then Naruto attacked. He moved through the fleet like a verdict. The first ship split under a downward chakra claw strike that crushed mast, deck, and armored hull in one motion. The second vanished beneath a tailed lash wrapped in Haki so dense it left a black scar across the air. Cannon fire answered from the flanks, but the avatar swatted iron aside or let it die against the aura. Vice admirals launched into the sky with Soru and Geppo, blades blackened with Haki, desperate to reach Naruto directly. He welcomed them. The first swung for his neck. Naruto sidestepped in midair, seized the man's wrist, and drove a seal into his forearm so fast the officer did not realize what had happened until his Haki flickered out. Naruto punched him through 2 decks of his own ship. The second came from below with a spear coated in brutal armament. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his palm small, compressed, laced with Conqueror's pressure. The spear hit first. The Rasengan answered second. The Vice Admiral's upper body armor shattered. The sea took him before the scream finished. The third was better. Older. Calm. He managed to slash through one of the Avatar's chakra tails and close the distance with frightening discipline. Naruto almost respected him, almost. Then Kurama's feral laughter rolled through their shared soul, and Naruto let the beast's instinct surface. His eyes sharpened. The pressure around his body deepened. When the officer struck again, Naruto met blade with bare hand coated in armament and chakra, caught it, and released a point-blank Haki burst so violent the man's knees buckled before the follow-up kick launched him back into his own crumbling command tower. By then, the fleet's formation had ceased to exist. It was panic and fire and broken coordination. Exactly what Naruto had wanted. He was not here to win a battle. He was here to erase a template. One warship tried to retreat. Naruto saw it from half a mile away and understood instantly why it mattered more than the others. Signal ship. Communication relay. If even one escaped intact, the government could still frame this as an ambush, a costly encounter, a tragic naval loss against exceptional pirate aggression. No. He wanted mythology. He wanted every surviving rumor to say the same thing: do not gather ships against him. Naruto crossed the water in a blur. The fleeing ship's crew barely had time to shout. He landed on the prow, placed one hand against the wood, and poured Biju chakra downward. The entire ship convulsed. Black-red energy raced through its structure, overloading every bolt, beam, powder reserve, and internal compartment. For half a second the vessel glowed from within like a lantern. Then it disintegrated. Not a normal explosion. A contained annihilation that folded inward before bursting outward in a silent flash, leaving nothing behind but burning fragments and stunned men flung into the sea. When Naruto turned back, the fleet was finished. Some ships were sinking. Some were burning. Some had been physically torn in half. The sea around him boiled with wreckage, unconscious bodies, twisted cannons, and the remnants of a state machine that had expected compliance from the world, because it had never before been forced to imagine refusal at this scale. Naruto hovered above the devastation beneath the half-formed fox avatar, breathing hard. The cost had not been trivial. His body ached. His chakra reserves had dipped sharply. The Haki fusion still tore at parts of him when overextended, but none of that mattered compared to the result. Not a ship returns. The thought came cold and complete, and in that instant Naruto understood something terrifying. He did not feel triumphant, he felt efficient. That disturbed him for exactly 3 seconds. Then the deeper ocean beneath the wreckage pulsed. Naruto looked down. Something in the water had answered him. Not a creature, not quite. A resonance. The root network he had glimpsed between worlds, the thing beneath the sea, ancient and dormant, and threaded through the foundations of this reality, had stirred when he pushed Kurama's power to this level. Kurama felt it too. There, the fox growled, suddenly alert. "Do you feel that?" Naruto descended toward the wreckage field, landing on a broken slab of hull drifting amid smoke and flame. He placed one hand against the water, cold, pressure, and beneath both, a pulse like buried memory. His senses extended downward. He saw it only in flashes, vast root-like structures weaving under the seafloor, old as continents, carrying something that was not chakra but could become it if approached correctly. God tree, not literally, perhaps, but close enough in principle to make the comparison dangerous. A realization settled over him. This world had deeper bones than anyone living on its surface understood. And if the world government already knew that, then its crimes were older than tyranny. They were structural. That thought stayed with him as he returned to the Rock's fleet and began the next phase of his war. He started collecting devil fruits, not for greed, not even for monopoly, for study, captured transports, hidden vaults, black market auctions, confiscated treasure holds from defeated pirate captains. Naruto didn't care about rarity in the same way others did. He cared about category. Pattern, reaction, paramecia, zoan, loja. He arranged them like a scientist sorting curses. Crewmates watched from a distance with visible discomfort as he examined them not as prizes, but as biological spiritual artifacts. He cut small channels into reinforced stone and built containment seals around each specimen. He fed tiny threads of chakra into their surfaces and observed response rates. He measured how Kurama's energy affected their internal voice. He tracked how Haki presence altered their reaction without actual consumption. What he found changed everything. Devil fruits were not random. They were encoded. Each contained a lineage imprint, a dormant pattern of possibility waiting to rewrite the host body around a myth, concept, or living principle. That was why Zoans felt so alive, why some fruits seemed to have wills, why power here never behaved like mere physics. They were closer to living contracts than food, and chakra could talk to contracts, not perfectly, not safely, but enough. Naruto's breakthrough came with a failed experiment. A captured beast type user, too weak to matter politically and too terrified to lie convincingly, was brought below deck under heavy restraint. Naruto did not force a full procedure immediately. He mapped the man's internal pathways first, then introduced tailed beast chakra in microscopic increments. The user convulsed, then stabilized, then changed, not into a normal transformed form, into something higher, denser musculature, sharper recovery, more complete manifestation of animal traits without loss of cognitive balance. The lineage factor of the fruit seemed to wake further under Biju-infused pressure, as though Kurama's chakra was acting like a temporary master key to evolutionary permission. The test subject broke his restraints. 3 guards died before Naruto put him down. Failure and proof. Naruto stood over the body afterward, thinking. Kaido, who had watched from the upper gantry with horrifying enthusiasm, grinned down at him. "So," he said, "you can make monsters worse." Naruto looked up. "I can make them awakened." Big Mom laughed from the shadows. Whitebeard did not. Then choose very carefully who you give that gift to, he said. Naruto met his gaze. I know. But the truth was, choice itself had become part of control now. Those who received stronger seals, better pathways, deeper access, began depending on him whether they admitted it or not. Ambition tied itself to his favor. Advancement became a ladder whose highest rung only he could build. The crew was still dangerous, still treacherous by nature. But increasingly their best future ran through him. That was the point. It was around this time that the first direct emissaries began arriving from powers higher than Marines, not admirals, not kings, something older, something quieter. The first came masked and died badly. The second never even reached the ship because Naruto sensed the falsehood in him long before the man crossed the outer deck. The third was different. It arrived under moonless sky in a vessel that bore no obvious insignia. Small, black, silent, the sort of craft built for people who preferred to be rumors rather than officials. Naruto met it alone at the harbor of one of his deeper New World strongholds. A single figure stepped out wrapped in pale ceremonial cloth, and a face concealing helm too ornate to belong to ordinary intelligence agents. In both hands, the emissary carried a long case made of some bone-white material that seemed to absorb moonlight rather than reflect it. Naruto knew danger on sight. This object radiated it, not loudly, not like a weapon, like a memory of a weapon. The emissary knelt, not in loyalty, in ritual. By authority older than your name, the figure said, voice strangely sexless beneath the helm, you are invited to cease. Naruto regarded them in silence. Then he looked at the case. What is that? The emissary's head tilted slightly. An argument. Naruto almost smiled. At least these people understood theater. Open it. The emissary obeyed. Inside lay a fragment. Metal, stone, bone, Naruto could not tell. It looked ancient black gold and cracked through with veins of faint light. The moment air touched it fully, the harbor shuddered. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Because he recognized the sensation instantly, not from this world, from the space between worlds, from roots beneath the sea. From the god tree's logic, not the same source, but same family, the fragment pulsed once. The seal towers across the harbor flickered in response. Naruto took one step forward, the emissary remained perfectly still. This is impossible, Naruto murmured. The figure answered softly. Nothing is impossible beneath the throne. Naruto's gaze snapped upward. Throne, singular, not the government, not the celestial dragons, something under them or above them, either way hidden. Kurama's voice rumbled inside him like distant stormfire. Do not let them leave with that. Naruto already knew. He reached out not physically, but with chakra sensory perception sharpened to its finest edge and touched the fragment. A vision struck him instantly. Roots under ocean floor, an ancient city drowned in silence, a seat in darkness, eyes opening behind a curtain of centuries. And one unbearable certainty. Someone in this world understood the root network. Someone had touched power equivalent in principle to the source that once birthed Kaguya's catastrophe. The vision vanished. Naruto's hand was already moving. The emissary tried to react, too slow. Naruto seized the fragment with one hand and drove the other through the emissary's chest with enough force to stop the heart before a scream could rise. The body collapsed at his feet. The fragment bucked like a living thing. Black gold energy surged into Naruto's arm. Pain lanced through every pathway in his body. Kurama roared. Naruto dropped to one knee, teeth gritted, as chakra and foreign root force collided within him. He did not absorb it cleanly, no. That would have been too easy, but he analyzed, forced containment, layered seals over impulse, and trapped enough of the fragment's pattern within his internal system to understand its signature. By the time the harbor guards arrived, the fragment had gone dull. Naruto was still kneeling, alive, changed. He looked out over the dark water, breathing hard, and realized the war had just become larger than pirate rule or naval supremacy or even empire. There was someone above the visible order, someone near the throne, someone connected to the roots. And for the first time since entering this world, Naruto felt what he had felt whenever an enemy finally moved from rumor into shape, not fear, focus. When he rose, the harbor lights seemed dimmer. The men waiting for orders did not speak. Naruto closed the case and handed it to no one. "Lock down every approach route," he said. "Double watch rotations. No unknown vessel docks without my approval," one officer swallowed. "Captain, who sent that?" Naruto looked toward the horizon, where the red line existed somewhere far beyond sight, where power older than governments had apparently begun to notice him back. Then he gave the only answer that mattered. "The people I'm going to kill last," he said. The sea wind picked up. Far below, through roots no one else could yet hear, the world's older heartbeat pulsed once in the dark. And somewhere beyond even that, something seated in silence had just learned that the reincarnated soul inside Roxy. Zebeck had begun looking upward. Chapter Roman 4, the assault on Mary Geoise, the red line, the day the world broke. There were three kinds of rulers in any world. The first ruled by consent. Naruto had once believed those were the only rulers worth becoming. The men and women people followed because they trusted them, because they believed, even imperfectly, that their lives might improve under that person's hand. The kind of authority built slowly, painfully, humanely. The second ruled by fear. This world understood that category intimately. Pirates, tyrants, kings, marines, celestial dragons, most of them lived there on that broad, ugly spectrum between charisma and terror. Some ruled by making examples, some by making promises, most by making sure the weak understood how fragile their tomorrow really was. The third kind ruled by omission. They did not stand in public squares. They did not need flags, speeches, or adoration. They did not ask history to love them. They sat above systems and shaped them so thoroughly that the world forgot to ask who had built the cage in the first place. The world government belonged to the third kind, and that was why Naruto had to reach the top. He stood on the prow of the largest warship the Rock's fleet had ever assembled and watched the red line grow on the horizon like the edge of a different reality. Even from miles away, it looked wrong, not merely tall, but absolute. A wall on the scale of a god's decision. The sea broke around its roots in white violence. The sky above it was clearer than it should have been, as though even weather learned to behave near the world's chosen center. Mary Geoise sat somewhere above that impossible rise, hidden from ordinary sight by height, distance, and the arrogance of those who believed proximity to heaven was proof of superiority. Naruto no longer believed in symbols, but he understood them. And there was no greater symbol in this world than the Holy Land built above everyone else. Behind him, the tailed beast empire gathered in layers. Warships blackened by years of conquest and reinforced with seal work cut the ocean in a vast crescent formation. Their hulls carried spiral crown marks that pulsed faintly beneath the lantern light. Beast roars rolled from their lower decks, where Zoan users Naruto had altered beyond their natural limits, waited in restless agitation. Artillery crews checked cursed ammunition etched with suppressive formulas. Signal officers stood by den mushy networks linked through chakra-responsive arrays rather than ordinary relays. This was no longer a pirate fleet. It was an invading civilization. At the center of it, on separate command decks positioned exactly where Naruto wanted them, waited the three monsters who had helped him build it. Whitebeard stood at the front of the left assault wing, Bicento resting against one shoulder, sea wind pulling at his coat. Age had not touched him yet, but power had deepened. The quake fields around him were sharper now, more disciplined, less like random natural disaster and more like controlled structural execution. Naruto had spent years teaching him how to aim catastrophe. Kaido occupied the aerial command barge tethered higher above the fleet, impatient even before the battle began. Around him waited a strike corps made up of the Empire's most durable flyers, altered Zoans, and brutal elites who could survive being dropped into war from impossible heights and still remain useful afterward. Kaido grinned like the end of the world had finally shown up on schedule. Big Mom stood on the right assault wing amid a cluster of soul-forged monstrosities she had named with the cheerfulness of a nightmare. Storm clouds swelled above her. Living flame rolled across the deck beside her. The sea itself seemed nervous near her flagship, waves moving in unnatural patterns as if they already knew she intended to weaponize them. And above all of them, standing on the prow with black wind and older silence around him, Naruto felt the shape of what he had become. He had not slept. Not truly. The night before the assault, he had remained alone in his private chamber, seated before a vast seal map of the Red Line and the Holy Land above it, tracing possibilities with fingertips that no longer trembled the way human hands should have. Every route had been calculated. Every fallback pressure point studied. Chakra patterns overlaid onto geological assumptions. Den mushy network blind spots marked. Ancient weapon possibilities estimated. Government elite response timings modeled against the rhythms Naruto had learned from years of watching how institutional fear behaved once it realized it might lose. Still, none of that had been the real reason he stayed awake. The truth was simpler. He could feel them now, not the Marines. Not the fleets hidden beyond sight. Not the Cypherpol remnants crawling through the lower routes like disciplined insects. The ones above them, the old presences in Mary Geoise, the ones connected to the fragment. The ones who had watched the world from behind its masks and believed they would continue doing so forever. Naruto's eyes lifted to the top of the Red Line. "You feel it too," he said. Kurama's voice rolled through the storm canyon of their mindscape. "Yes." The fox stood beneath a sky torn with black-red lightning, larger now than when Naruto had first arrived in this world. Not because Kurama himself had changed in essence, though he had, but because the shape of their shared power had grown around him. The canyon was no longer only a prison turned wilderness. It had become a throne room shattered open to the elements, its stone walls marked with sealing formulas, claw scores, and the scars of every decision Naruto had made since God Valley. Kurama's tails lashed once. "There are old things up there." Naruto's expression stayed calm. "Old enough to matter," the fox's eyes narrowed. "Old enough that I would rather you kill them quickly." That almost sounded like concern. Naruto would have found that comforting once. Now he found it clarifying. Behind him, footsteps approached. Whitebeard stopped at his side without asking permission. "The men are ready," he said. Naruto nodded but did not look away from the Red Line. Whitebeard studied him for a moment. "You look like you're listening to ghosts." Naruto answered plainly, "Not ghosts." Whitebeard's gaze shifted upward. "Something stronger?" "Yes." The older man was silent for several seconds. Then, "And you're certain this is the right move?" It wasn't phrased as a question, but Naruto heard the question anyway, not because Whitebeard lacked faith in their strength. By now, the old giant had seen enough to understand that the Empire could shatter anything the world considered conventional resistance. But Mary Geoise was not conventional resistance. It was the symbolic heart of the Order. Breaking it would not merely be an act of war. It would be an act of definition. Naruto finally turned. "If I keep taking the world from the edges inward," he said, "then the center keeps pretending it still matters more than I do." Whitebeard gave a single slow nod. "And if the center bites back harder than expected?" Naruto's answer came without pause. "Then I bite through it." Whitebeard stared at him for a long beat, then his mouth twitched in the faintest shadow of grim approval. "You really did become a king?" Naruto's eyes hardened. "No." He looked up once more toward the Holy Land. "Kings inherit systems. I'm ending one." That was all either of them needed to say. The signal went out at dawn, not a horn, not a cannon, a pulse. Every seal etched into the Empire's fleet flashed at once, sending one synchronized wave of intent through wood, iron, flesh, and sea. Den Mushi screamed as the networks came alive. Engines groaned. Warships surged forward. Black flags snapped open under rising light, and the tailed beast Empire charged the Red Line. The first phase unfolded exactly as Naruto had designed it. The red line was not merely a wall of stone. It was the world's largest defensive illusion. People looked at its height and assumed the challenge was vertical. Naruto had no intention of proving them half right. He intended to turn the base into a wound. Whitebeard's assault wing struck first. The left flank accelerated toward the lower sea-facing foundations of the red line under cover of smoke and artificial storm fronts. Big Mom had started growing hours earlier. Government shore batteries opened fire almost immediately. Cannon lines thundered from hidden emplacements carved into the stone face. Explosions tore up the sea in towering columns of spray and fire. Whitebeard never slowed. He leapt from the prow before his flagship even reached full engagement distance. The sea boomed under the force of his landing. For one impossible moment, he stood at the base of the red line like a man preparing to punch a continent. Then he drew back his weapon, aligned his stance exactly the way Naruto had drilled into him for months, and struck. The quake did not spread outward wildly. It went inward. A narrow, concentrated frequency attack tuned through chakra seismology and Haki reinforcement, aimed not to break surface stone, but to resonate through the internal structural weaknesses Naruto had mapped using old root sense readings from beneath the ocean. The wall answered. Not with a crack at first, with a groan. A deep, continent-level groan that made every ship in the fleet vibrate, and every Marine battery commander suddenly realized that the target of this war was not the gate, not the guns, not even the lower defenses. It was the foundation of certainty itself. Then the red line cracked. A vertical fracture ripped up the stone face like the opening line of divine blasphemy. Hidden defensive bunkers collapsed inward. Shore artillery vanished beneath avalanches of red rock. Entire stair networks sheared away. Government troops stationed on lower terraces were thrown screaming into the surf as the wall's own weight betrayed them. Whitebeard hit it again. This time the shockwave carried farther. What had once been a surgical strike became controlled ruin. More fracture lines spread upward and sideways, creating a widening instability zone exactly where Naruto needed it large enough to compromise the lower support structures, precise enough to keep the entire continent from reacting unpredictably. From the center fleet, Naruto watched and murmured. Good, beside him a tactical officer swallowed hard. "Captain, he's splitting the world." Naruto's face didn't change. That was the assignment. The second phase began before the first had finished echoing. Kaido dropped from the sky. His aerial core had climbed high enough before dawn to vanish into the glare and cloud layer above the red line. Now, as Whitebeard's fractures destabilized the lower defense geometry, Kaido and his elites descended straight toward Mary Geoise from above like an execution the heavens themselves had signed. Kaido transformed mid-fall. His dragon form erupted from human shape in a spiral of scales, horn, thunder, and sheer impossible mass. The storm bent around him. Men on the upper terraces of the Holy Land looked up just in time to see what their ancestors' sins probably looked like in symbolic form. A dragon black shape coming down from heaven because the sea below had finally grown tired of being beneath them. He hit the first upper bastion and erased it. Stone vaporized, gold-plated towers folded like paper. Celestial Dragon Guard units vanished under claws, flame, and pressure. Behind him, the aerial corps impacted across the upper approaches in staggered waves, each squad targeting specific elevated districts Naruto had marked as strategic communication and evacuation choke points. Mary Geoise had been built to look untouchable. Now it looked fragile in all the ways only luxury could be fragile. Panic broke, not military panic at first. Aristocratic panic. Servants ran. Nobles screamed. Security detachments lost formation because half their leadership had spent their careers preparing for the wrong kind of threat. Government protocol assumed enemies would approach from below, through gates, or via prolonged siege. Naruto had sent Whitebeard into the bones and Kaido into the sky at the same time. It was not a siege. It was a revelation. Big Mom provided the third, while the Holy Land's upper and lower defenses reeled under simultaneous assault. Her right wing reached the sea-facing cliff systems and the underside access arteries that fed supply, drainage, and emergency transport into the upper city. Big Mom grinned at the cliffs as if they had personally insulted her. Then she raised one hand and called the sea upward. It should have been impossible, not in ordinary terms, not even with devil fruit power alone. But Naruto had spent years feeding structure into her chaos, stabilizing the hunger-ruled storm at her core and teaching her how to bind soul force through pathways no one in this world knew how to name. The ocean answered her like a living army. Water climbed the cliff faces in screaming walls. Not a tsunami rolling forward, but a vertical flood clawing upward against gravity itself. Driven by soul-laced command and reinforced through seal arrays planted earlier by covert advance teams under Naruto's orders. The sea broke over terraces, gardens, outer estates, and lower sanctuaries in roaring violence. Fire met water. Stone met flood. And Mary Geoise, for the first time in its existence, looked vulnerable enough to drown. Naruto waited until all three assault vectors were fully visible. Only then did he move. He did not leap from the ship dramatically. He did not transform immediately. He simply stepped forward and disappeared in a burst of speed so violent the air imploded where he had stood. His destination was not the battlefield below. It was the center above. The upper throne district. The heart. He crossed shattered terraces, flooding boulevards, collapsed archways, and panicked elite response formations in a series of impossible movements that made eyewitness testimony worthless by the time survivors tried to give it. Marines swung at shadows. Cypher Paul operatives died before their techniques completed. Government Black Ops squads discovered, too late, that Naruto no longer fought like a pirate captain or even a beast of war. He fought like a man who had once been trained to kill gods through precision. He reached the first inner sanctum gate and found 5 elite defenders already waiting. Interesting. Not because they were strong though they were, but because they were calm. The world was breaking around them, and still they stood in perfect discipline, swords drawn, bodies carrying a stillness Naruto recognized from only a few types of enemy: fanatics, or those who had seen enough of true power that ordinary catastrophe no longer impressed them. The leader spoke. "You should not be here." Naruto's eyes moved over their stances, their breathing, the strange age in their faces, the pressure hidden beneath their polished exterior. "I know," he said. "That's why I came personally. They attacked together and died teaching him something. Not one landed a true hit." Naruto moved through them with terrifying economy countering blade arcs with haki-hardened forearms, breaking joints with chakra-enhanced strikes, pulsing short-range conquerors bursts through openings the human body could not naturally defend. The fight lasted seconds, but their deaths mattered because of what he felt in the clashes: old power, ancient Zoan signatures hidden under human form, not ordinary devil fruit use. Not even awakened use as he had seen elsewhere. These men carried something deeper. Myth layered over flesh so thoroughly it had become identity. Naruto looked down at the last body as it fell. So that's true. The inner gate opened before he touched it, not automatically, deliberately. The chamber beyond was wide enough to humble empires. Columns rose like a forest built by perfectionists. The floor was polished stone veined with age. Light spilled through impossible windows high above, and yet the atmosphere remained dim, as though the room preferred shadows no matter what daylight attempted. 5 figures waited inside. Old men, outwardly, robed, armed, dignified in the infuriating way only the truly powerful and truly insulated ever managed to become. The Gorosei. Naruto stopped at the edge of the chamber. For the first time since the assault began, he felt something close to satisfaction. Not joy, recognition. The men at the top of the visible world had finally chosen not to hide. One of them tall, sword-bearing, presence sharp as a drawn execution, studied Naruto with open disdain. "You have damaged much," he said. Naruto's gaze swept over the five. I'm getting started. Another, older seeming only because his face held less pretense than the others, folded his hands inside his sleeves. You are not Rocks D. Zebeck. There it was. Naruto did not blink. What gave it away? The ambition remained, the old man said. The shape changed. Naruto almost respected the accuracy. Almost. He took another step into the chamber. And you are older than ministers should be. The five exchanged no glances. That told him more than surprise would have. Then the sword-bearing elder exhaled and the room changed. The pressure became unbearable. Stone cracked under invisible weight. Light dimmed. The outlines of their bodies began to distort, not illusion, not transformation in the ordinary sense, but revelation. Human forms stretched, deepened, split at symbolic seams. The chamber suddenly seemed too small to hold what had been pretending to be men. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Mythical Zoans, not one, all five. And not minor myths either. Ancient, sovereign, monstrous archetypes wearing political office like clothing. Their transformations completed in stages. Horns. Scale. Flame-dark feathers. Impossible fanged silhouettes. Beast forms that carried the density of old stories and the confidence of predators who had never before been forced to manifest at full scale in defense of their own order. The stone floor cratered beneath their combined presence. Somewhere far behind Naruto, in the wider city, towers continued collapsing and soldiers continued dying. Here, in the hidden center, history finally dropped the mask. One of the transformed elders spoke with a voice like gravel dragged across a temple bell. You have risen beyond your station. Naruto's shoulders rolled once. I don't believe in stations. Then he moved. The first exchange leveled the outer half of the chamber. Naruto burst forward with chakra flaring around his limbs and Conqueror's haki cracking through the air in jagged black arcs. He drove a sage-strength palm strike into the chest of the nearest elder just as another came from the side with a clawed limb the size of a siege blade. Naruto shifted weight, let the claw skim his aura rather than flesh, and answered with a Rasengan formed instantly at point-blank range. The elder absorbed it and was blasted through 2 columns anyway. A third came from above. Naruto met it with a chakra arm that erupted behind him like a fox-limbed extension of will, slammed the monster beast sideways, and felt deep satisfaction when the impact actually forced its transformed body into the floor hard enough to bury half of it. They were stronger than admirals. Not physically only, conceptually. Each of them fought like a law of the world, temporarily choosing violence. Good. Naruto had grown tired of lesser tests. He drew more deeply on Kurama. The mindscape roared alive. Black-red lightning split the storm above the throne canyon. The fox bared his teeth. Now Kurama growled. Show them. Naruto's aura deepened. Sage markings sharpened. His body no longer merely glowed with power. It seemed to distort under layered force, as if flesh, chakra, and haki had all reached a level of agreement that ordinary biology was never meant to host. The Gorosei pressed him together. That was the first real mistake they made. In his old world, being outnumbered by superior enemies had taught Naruto something precious. The moment multiple apex opponents decide to coordinate, they stop being individuals and become a pattern. Patterns could be read, broken, repurposed. He let them drive him backward. Once. Twice. He took a slash across the ribs and paid for it with blood. He let an impossible beak-like strike hammer his guard and fracture the floor under his heels. He ducked a flame-laced maw and answered only with enough force to reposition, not enough to finish. He was measuring, learning, and they noticed too late. Because by the time one elder shifted for a flanking kill line, Naruto had already built the response in his head. He slammed both palms into the ground. 6 seals ignited around the battlefield. Not simple formulae, not static barriers. Fragments of Kurama, divided not in essence but in projected will, erupted into existence through massive chakra constructs, positioned at 6 cardinal vectors around the chamber. Each one took the shape of a colossal fox-faced avatar of different aspect fang. Claw, tail, roar, gaze, and void, each infused with its own purpose, and threaded together by Naruto's central will. The chamber shook. The sky above Mary Geoise darkened. Far outside, those with powerful enough senses stopped fighting for a heartbeat because something new had entered the war. Naruto stood at the center of the six-fold formation and exhaled. 6 paths of Zebeck, he said. Then he unleashed it. Each construct hit a different elder, not randomly, not symmetrically. Precisely according to the habits Naruto had extracted from their first exchanges. One construct baited an aerial rise and closed with fang-like pressure from below. Another wrapped an elder in coiling chakra tail force and pinned its transformed mass against a fractured column field. A third emitted a focused conqueror's pulse so dense, it forced even ancient Zoan regeneration to stutter for precious seconds. Naruto himself took the sword bearing one. Their clash was catastrophic. Blackened blade met haki-hardened chakra arm in a detonation that ripped the chamber roof open. The elder fought with impossible discipline, each strike a perfect line of death backed by monstrous transformation and centuries of experience. Naruto laughed once. Not joyfully, almost bitterly, because this at least felt honest. No speeches. No masks. Just 2 apex beings trying to decide which will got to keep shaping reality afterward. He parried high, trapped the blade momentarily with chakra-coated palms, and drove a knee into the elder's core hard enough to lift the transformed body off the ground. "Centuries," Naruto said coldly, "and you still thought no one would climb the stairs." The elder roared and broke free in a burst of force that sent both of them skidding apart. Around them, the 6 paths constructs continued their synchronized devastation. The Gorosei were not dying. That told Naruto something important. Their regeneration, their survivability, their connection to whatever ancient power sustained them, it all exceeded ordinary Zoan logic. Fine, he adjusted the objective. Not kill, seal. A shinobi solution brought into a world that had forgotten what it looked like when power preferred imprisonment to spectacle. Naruto formed signs. The battlefield shifted. Each construct abandoned brute suppression and transitioned into containment logic. Spirals of chakra-laced haki formed around the elders in overlapping spheres, their own movements feeding the formulas rather than escaping them. The more they resisted with raw power, the tighter the seals aligned to their signatures. Myth bound by mathematics. Monsters trapped by the kind of careful cruelty only someone trained in fuinjutsu and disillusionment could invent. One by one, the Gorosei realized what was happening. And for the first time, Naruto saw something close to genuine alarm in their transformed faces. Good. Let them taste perspective. The sword-bearing elder made one final rush through 2 collapsing seal layers and actually reached Naruto again. Blade descending with enough force to split a fortress. Naruto caught the strike between both palms, chakra and armament screaming against the edge. Blood ran down his wrists. They locked there, eye to eye. "You should have remained a dead pirate," the elder hissed. Naruto's smile was terrible. "You should have stayed a rumor." Then he released a full-force conqueror's burst directly through the blade, through the elder's arms, through transformed flesh and down into the sealing circle already waiting below. The elder convulsed. The seal snapped shut. Across the chamber, the other 4 followed in thunderous sequence. Light imploded, sound vanished. Then silence returned all at once. The 5 elders were gone, not dead, contained. 5 barrier prisons hung in the ruined sanctum like black gold stars, turned malignant. Each holding within it the distorted silhouette of an ancient myth, beast forced into stillness by formulas they did not understand and could not immediately break. Naruto stood alone amid the wreckage, breathing hard. Blood from several wounds steamed away under accelerated healing. The 6 paths constructs flickered and dissolved. Bits of collapsed ceiling fell around him in slow, irregular intervals. The city outside still burned, flooded, and roared with war. The Gorosei were sealed. Mary Geoise was broken. The visible world order had lost its face. He should have felt the chapter ending. Instead, the air in the chamber changed, cold, ancient, aware. Naruto turned toward the deeper passage beyond the ruined sanctum. A corridor, half hidden before, now seemed obvious in a way only things protected by assumption ever were. Its stone was older than the rest, its silence heavier. At its far end waited a set of doors too plain for the power behind them and too significant for anyone else to have been permitted to notice. Kurama spoke softly now. There, Naruto walked. Each step through the corridor felt like entering a memory the world had been ordered to forget. The war behind him grew distant, not quieter, but less relevant. The deeper he went, the more the architecture changed. Ornamentation vanished. Symbol became function. Power no longer needed to perform wealth for anyone. At the end waited the throne room, the empty throne. He pushed the doors open. The chamber beyond was vast and almost bare, a cathedral stripped of every lie except the one at its center. Light fell in narrow shafts. Shadows occupied the rest, and at the far end, upon the throne that was supposed to belong to no one, sat a figure, not old, not young, not male, not female in any ordinary sense. A presence draped in shape the way storms drape themselves over mountains. Naruto stopped, because even before the figure rose, he felt it, the signature, not identical, never identical, but so violently familiar in principle that his body reacted before thought finished. World root energy, consumption elevated into sovereignty. An immortal presence tied to the foundational force of the world so deeply that distinction between ruler and parasite had probably ceased to matter centuries ago. Imu stood. The air distorted. When they spoke, their voice did not echo. The room adjusted itself around the sound instead. "You are not from here," Imu said. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The figure tilted its head very slightly. "And yet," Imu continued, "here you are." A beat passed. Then, with something almost like amusement that made the atmosphere colder rather than lighter, Imu said, "How appropriate." And for the first time since arriving in this world, Naruto felt he was no longer facing merely a hidden tyrant. He was standing before this world's answer to Kaguya. Chapter V, The Sovereign of Silence, The Empty Throne. Imu vs. Rocks D. Zebeck. The first thing Naruto noticed about Imu was not their power, it was their stillness. Not the stillness of peace. Not meditation. Not the centered quiet of a sage who had understood the world well enough to stop needing to announce himself to it. This was the stillness of something that had already decided it was inevitable, the kind of stillness mountains might have if they were conscious. The kind oceans might have in the second before swallowing a fleet. It did not feel like arrogance in the ordinary human sense. Arrogance could be loud. Arrogance liked witnesses. Imu stood before the empty throne like witness itself had become unnecessary. Naruto stopped several paces inside the chamber, not because he feared moving forward, but because instinct, the old, battle-forged, blood-earned instinct that had carried him through wars, gods, betrayal, and the end of one world, already told him that every step mattered now in ways ordinary fights never demanded. The throne room breathed around them. It was not a literal breath. The stone did not rise and fall. No wind passed through the hall. And yet Naruto could feel a rhythm in the room, a pulse so old and so carefully buried beneath architecture and ritual that most people would have mistaken it for atmosphere. He did not, because he had felt something similar before, on the moonlit slopes of battlefields where Kaguya's presence turned gravity into accusation. In the warped dimensions of Otsutsuki spaces, where reality itself bent around a will that had ceased to consider human life worth measuring. And more recently, deep under the oceans of this world, through roots and fragments and ancient pressure hidden beneath the skin of history. Naruto's gaze sharpened. "You know what I am," he said. Imu did not answer immediately. The figure descended one step from the throne platform. black-white robes trailing over stone that seemed too respectful to scrape against cloth. Their face remained half-veiled by shadow and distance, not obscured in the ordinary sense, but difficult to remember even while looking directly at it, as though the world itself had spent centuries learning not to hold the image properly. At last, Imu spoke. "I know what has happened to you." The voice was quiet. That made it worse. Quiet voices had a way of forcing entire rooms to reveal whether they were listening. This room was. The throne, the pillars, the thin shafts of light falling from impossible heights, everything seemed arranged not around beauty or power, but around the acoustics of obedience. Naruto did not blink. "That isn't the same answer." "No," Imu agreed. "It is merely the more useful one." Something in Naruto's expression cooled. In another life, once, words like that would have infuriated him into immediate attack. He would have heard smug superiority in them, the same distant justifications powerful people always used to explain why other lives became acceptable collateral beneath their plans. Now he heard something else too, a pattern. Imu did not speak like a celestial tyrant intoxicated by their own myth. They spoke like someone who had been making decisions for too long and no longer bothered pretending those decisions needed morality to remain functional. That, more than pure malice, was dangerous. Naruto took another step forward. Behind him, distant through layers of stone and war and elevation, Mary Geoise was still breaking. The city's golden sanctity had been reduced to impact. Flood, smoke, screaming civilians, collapsing estates, retreating guards, and the black-bannered certainty of the empire Naruto had built with his own hands and too many discarded values. And yet in here, at the center of it all, war suddenly felt secondary, a symptom, a surface condition, because whatever sat beneath the visible world had been here before the world government, before the celestial dragons, before the marines, before pirates learned to carve myth into sails. Imu watched him with that terrible sovereign stillness. "You have climbed very far," they said. Naruto's mouth curved slightly, without warmth. "I usually do." A pause. Then Imu took another step down from the throne dais and the room changed, not through transformation, not yet. There was no burst of monstrous force, no sudden reveal of claws, wings, or ancient beast shape. The air simply ceased behaving like air. Light thinned, sound retreated toward the edges of the chamber. Naruto's own breathing sounded too loud for one heartbeat, then too distant the next. His instincts sharpened violently, because the pressure around Imu was not merely power, it was revision. Naruto knew that feeling in principle even before he understood it in detail. It was the same category of wrongness he had felt in the strangest Otsutsuki technique's abilities that did not merely harm matter, but told matter to stop insisting on its own existence. Imu saw him recognize it. "Good," they said softly. "You learn quickly." Naruto's stance lowered a fraction. "Talk," he said, Imu's head tilted very slightly. "Why?" "Because you want me to hear it." That almost resembled amusement. Around them, the throne room's old silence deepened further. Then Imu turned not away from Naruto, never fully turning their back, but just enough to look toward the vaulted far wall behind the empty throne, where ancient stone lay carved in relief so weathered it seemed less like decoration and more like geological memory. "The first civilization to understand this world," Imu said, "did not call it a world." Naruto said nothing. Imu continued, "They called it a wound." At that, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Imu raised one hand, pale fingers extending slightly toward the carved stone. Darkness, or something close enough to darkness that light could not safely argue with it, spread over the wall in fine branching lines. The relief changed. Ancient oceans appeared, continents different from the ones the current age knew, and beneath them all roots. Enormous, continent-spanning, world-threading roots. Naruto went still, not because the revelation shocked him. He had already sensed enough to suspect the truth, but because seeing it fully articulated by the one person most likely to know it changed suspicion into architecture. Imu's voice remained calm. The Grand Line is not an accident of geology. The calm belts are not accidents of sea life migration. The magnetic disorder of this planet is not natural chaos. The branching darkness on the wall deepened, and the roots brightened beneath it in gold-white veins. This world grew around a system too vast for ordinary species to survive in direct contact with. Its oceans, islands, and weather were shaped by the remnants of an organism your origin would call familiar. Naruto's mind flashed with memory. The god tree, its roots spreading through battlefields. Its hunger, its authority, the way it turned worlds from homes into harvests. Imu turned back toward him. Yes, they said, as if hearing the comparison in his silence. Very close. Naruto's jaw set, the roots beneath the ocean. The remnants, Imu corrected. Not of a tree in the simple botanical sense, of a world-scale power source. A thing that once drew life, possibility, and lore into itself, then fractured. Imu let that settle. The devil fruits are crystallizations of that fracture. The room seemed colder now. Naruto's eyes flicked once, involuntarily, to the edges of the chamber as if the very idea might have left residue there. Imu saw it. They are not gifts, they said. They are not miracles. They are not curses in the childish way your sailors whisper. They are fragments of encoded will. Possibility condensed, laws severed from a greater body and made ingestible. Naruto thought of the fruits he had studied, the lineages, the contract like interior logic, the sense that some of them were less objects than trapped permissions. It all fit too well. And the poneglyphs, Naruto said. Not a guess. A demand. Imu turned slightly again, and now the stone beneath the throne itself seemed to answer. Thin lines of buried script flickered around the dais like scars remembering they had once been open. The poneglyphs are not historical records in the way the ignorant currently believe. Imu said, they are fragments of a suppression system. Naruto's gaze hardened. Imu's next words came with surgical precision. The so-called Void Century was not merely a political cleansing, it was the aftermath of a containment event. Silence. Somewhere in the distance, deep below, the city groaned as another district of Mary Geoise collapsed under flood, fire, and quake aftershock. Here, the truth continued calmly. The original civilization discovered what the roots could do when properly interfaced with. They drew from them, built with them, transformed the world faster than any species should. And then, Imu said, voice thinning just enough to show contempt, they lost discipline. Naruto almost laughed, because of course that was how beings like this told history, not as tragedy, not as moral catastrophe. As loss of discipline, Imu's gaze held his. What you call ancient weapons were not made to conquer the world, they said. They were made to stop what came next. Naruto's mind moved quickly. Ancient weapons, poneglyphs, root system, containment event. A power structure built atop a scar and justified as stewardship. His voice turned dangerously quiet. You're not preserving the world. For the first time, Imu's expression, or the shadow where expression should have been shifted in a way Naruto could feel more than see. No, they said. The admission was so clean that for half a heartbeat it knocked all ordinary villainy out of the room. Imu continued. I am preserving continuity. Naruto's lip curled. By ruling it, by containing it. The words struck each other in the space between them like flint and steel. Imu took one more step forward. You assume these ideas oppose each other because you are young in the wrong way, they said. You still imagine governance and survival can be separated once collapse reaches sufficient scale. Naruto's shoulders tensed. Collapse you caused. At that, the silence sharpened. Imu did not deny it quickly, which was answer enough. When they finally spoke, their voice had lost even the faintest trace of conversational softness. I was there. The throne room darkened. The reliefs across the walls twisted into 1,000 branching shadows. The first catastrophe did not begin with malice. It began with hunger disguised as brilliance. A civilization tasted power deeper than weather, deeper than kingship, deeper than mortality, and decided it had the right to do more with it. The roots carved into the stone glowed more intensely now. Too intensely. The chamber began to feel like it sat beneath an ocean no one else could see. I ended what they became, Imu said. Naruto stared, not because he believed the statement excused anything, but because he understood the type of truth it probably contained. The worst tyrannies were often built by survivors of genuine disasters who convinced themselves that, because they had once stopped one apocalypse, they were entitled to become permanent arbiters of every future after it. Kaguya had done it through possession. Madara had nearly done it through illusion. The sage had nearly done it by tearing Naruto out of his own life to answer a problem he no longer knew how to solve, and now this, a sovereign of containment. A ruler seated on silence and justified by old catastrophe. Naruto's voice lowered until it was nearly a growl. You consumed the same kind of power they did. Imu's eyes, if they were eyes, if that shape in the shadow could still be called something so human, rested on him with terrible clarity. I mastered enough of it to prevent recurrence. Naruto's answer came instantly. No, you chained the world to your fear. That landed, not visibly, but Naruto felt the room react. Imu stepped down from the dais fully now. You speak as if fear is beneath utility. Naruto almost bared his teeth. Fear is lazy. The darkness in the chamber recoiled slightly, not from weakness, but like a living thing taking a sharper interest. Naruto continued, and now the words came not from the idealist he had once been, nor solely from the king he had become, but from the collision of both. You built an age where people kill, starve, and kneel because one hidden ruler thinks instability is a greater sin than suffering, he said. You call that continuity because it sounds cleaner than cowardice. For the first time, the pressure around Imu spiked, not in rage, in decision. Then let us test which of us the world was correct to keep. And the battle began. It started without motion. Imu lifted one hand. Nothing visible crossed the space between them. Naruto still moved. Not because he saw an attack, but because every danger sense he possessed, from shinobi instinct to sage perception to the feral anticipatory violence Kurama had sharpened inside him, screamed at once. He blurred sideways. The space where he had stood vanished, not exploded, not cut, vanished. A perfect, silent absence appeared in the floor, a circular section of ancient stone simply no longer participating in existence. The edges did not smoke. There was no debris. Even light seemed uncertain how to behave near it. Naruto landed 3 pillars away, eyes wide for one fraction of a second before control returned. Imu lowered their hand. The alchemy of silence, they said. Naruto's expression hardened, so that was its name. Imu continued walking toward him with the calm certainty of something that had killed enough impossible things to stop hurrying. Not destruction, they said. Erasure, law superseding matter within defined range. Naruto moved again. This time Imu had moved to one step. No flourish, no visible acceleration, simply occupying a closer position than physical motion should have allowed. A second field blossomed. Half a column disappeared. Naruto kicked off the falling upper remnant before it realized it had been separated from its base. Fast. He had to be fast. Not merely strong, not merely overwhelming. This was not a fight where tanking damage worked. Even his current body, even Kurama, even Haki, even 6 paths enhancement, none of it mattered if the attack did not interact with durability in the first place. Inside the mindscape, Kurama's roar cracked the storm canyon. Stop measuring it. Fight. Naruto exhaled once, centered, and let all the fragmented layers of power within him align. Sage perception widened. Kurama's chakra surged, armament Haki blackened along his forearms and spine. Conqueror's pressure spread outward, not yet unleashed, but sharpening the atmosphere around him until dust itself seemed hesitant to cross the space too casually. Then Naruto attacked. He crossed the chamber in a flash step burst faster than any ordinary observation could track, forming a Rasengan in one hand while 3 shadow clones split from his movement at impossible angles. One came high, one came left, one low and behind. All 4 trajectories were real threats until they weren't. Imu raised no visible guard. The room folded. Two clones vanished outright, erased mid-motion. The third made contact and detonated in a burst of chakra so dense the throne chamber cracked from floor to vault. The real Naruto came through that burst and drove a haki-laced fist straight toward Imu's core. Imu met the blow with one palm. The collision was catastrophic, not because it destroyed the room, though it did. Not because the pressure wave blasted doors from hinges and sent broken sections of ceiling screaming into the greater sanctum outside, though it did that too. It was catastrophic because Naruto felt it, the interface. Imu's body, or whatever counted as body after centuries of root-infused sovereignty, did not hold power the way a devil fruit user or haki master did. It was less like flesh empowered, and more like a node in a larger network given humanoid permission. Like fighting a throne that had learned to walk. Naruto was flung backward by the collision, skidding across fractured stone, but not before his senses traced the pattern. Root network through the body, authority localized into a core, not invulnerable, just anchored absurdly well. Imu tilted their heads slightly. You do adapt quickly? Naruto wiped blood from his mouth. That keeps happening. Then he threw the first true killing strike. A Baijudama formed not in Kurama's avatar outside him, but compressed between both hands at chest-level black, red, violet, and gold. Layered with spiraling chakra ratios so precise the sphere screamed as it stabilized. Naruto drove forward behind it, forcing motion and detonation into the same inevitability. Imu's field blossomed. The alchemy of silence met the Baijudama. For one impossible second, the sphere neither detonated nor vanished. Root force and tailed beast annihilation ground against each other like hostile cosmologies. Then the chamber tore open. The resulting blast punched through the roof of the throne room, through upper sanctum structures, and into the sky over Mary Geoise. Outside, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Marines, nobles, and dying soldiers alike all looked up in time to see a column of black-red light and silver absence split the heavens above the Holy Land. Naruto was thrown through 3 walls. Imu remained standing, but not untouched. A thin fracture now ran across the shadowed surface of their chest, not physical in the normal sense, but real enough that the darkness around it had difficulty deciding what shape it wanted to keep. Progress. Naruto rose from rubble, breathing harder now. The cost was climbing. He could feel it in his reserves, in the strain across his nervous system, in the way the old wound of displacement the tearing Hagoromo had inflicted on his soul seemed to ache whenever he drew too deeply on the fused energies sustaining him now. Imu stepped through falling stone as if rubble had no jurisdiction over them. "This is why your kind fail," they said. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "You say that like I came with a species." Imu continued as though he had not spoken. "You carry conviction as if it improves your accuracy. It does not. It merely excuses overreach, until something older corrects you." That hit closer than Naruto liked. Maybe because it reminded him too much of sages, kings, and legends who always believed they alone understood scale well enough to decide what other people were permitted to lose. So Naruto answered the only way that mattered. He laughed, not kindly, not loudly, just enough to make it clear the room's superiority had not impressed him. "You sound exactly like every god I've ever hit," he said. Then he vanished. The second phase of the battle ceased resembling any ordinary duel. They tore through Mary Geoise and the air above it like two incompatible truths trying to occupy the same world. Naruto forced the fight out of the throne room because standing inside a chamber built around Imu's authority was tactically stupid, and he knew it. Imu allowed the relocation because they no longer needed concealment, and perhaps had never truly valued the architecture to begin with. They crashed through broken sanctum roofs into open sky. Below them, the Holy Land burned, flooded, and fractured. Whitebeard's quakes had turned the Red Line's upper support grid into a controlled catastrophe. Kaido's forces rampaged through defensive districts. Big Mom's storm and sea homies were drowning sacred avenues beneath black water. Yet even that apocalypse felt small beneath the clash overhead. Imu spread one hand, and a swath of sky itself ceased existing in a wide crescent before Naruto could cross it. He changed vector instantly, haki flaring through his feet, then countered with a barrage of chakra arms and compressed Rasen Shuriken variants meant not to kill directly, but to fill space, distort movement options, and force Imu to reveal the geometry of the erasure field's expansion. Important. Vital. Because the alchemy of silence was not infinite, it obeyed range, shape, commitment. Every use declared a temporary local law, which meant every use also created a temporary blind spot. Naruto's mind raced. Timing, distance, expansion ratio. Recharge lag so small ordinary fighters would call it non-existent, but real enough for a shinobi to build murder through. Kurama saw the same pattern. There, the fox snarled, storm lightning crashing behind him. When the field blooms wide, the core hesitates. Naruto adjusted immediately. He stopped trying to overwhelm Imu in the conventional sense. Instead, he began building pressure, clone feints, haki pulses, mid-range chakra volleys, brief close-quarters exchanges designed to force larger and larger erasure responses. Every time Imu widened the field to deny Naruto's unpredictable movement, the core anchoring that field became fractionally more exposed. Not enough, not yet, Imu noticed. Clever, they said, voice carrying through ruined air and burning rain. Still insufficient. Then they answered with escalation. The world went silent, not metaphorically, actually silent. Below them, battle noise vanished. Explosions, roars, screams, crashing floodwater, artillery all gone. Not because the world had calmed, but because Imu had expanded the alchemy of silence to encompass the acoustic lore of the immediate battlefield. Naruto felt the terror of that instantly. Not hearing, erasure of relational function. Sound no longer existed locally because Imu had decided it was unnecessary to the next stage of combat. The field spread, buildings vanished at its edges. Segments of stairway, portions of cloud. A dragonfire breath from Kaido's distant war path, cut off cleanly midstream where the boundary brushed it. Below, warriors fled from a circle of impossible absence blooming over the center of Mary Geoise like the world itself had developed a blind eye. Naruto hovered at the perimeter of it, chakra cloak rippling violently. This was the real form, not merely a technique, a sovereignty field, a region in which Imu's will superseded inherited physics, planetary scale potential if given time and the right anchors, just like the outline had promised. Naruto breathed once. He could not keep playing incremental. This had to end. His own answer had to be equal in category, not merely power. He closed his eyes, not to meditate, to descend, beneath the battle, beneath the city, beneath the red line, beneath the seas, down into the root network, pulsing through this world's oldest bones. He reached with sage sense, with Kurama's transformed resonance, with the fragmentary god tree comprehension torn from the emissary's relic, with every brutal lesson he had learned since being forced into Rock's corpse on God Valley's shore. The roots answered, not willingly, not loyally, but recognizably. They knew him now, not as ruler, as intrusion familiar enough to engage, power flooded upward, not all of it, never all. A human body, even this body, even with Kurama, even with Haki and Six Paths history welded into its soul, could not have survived full communion. But enough. More than enough. Naruto's aura transformed. The chakra cloak around him deepened from black-red into something stranger, laced now with pale root gold, as though distant ancient light had been dragged upward through the ocean floor and taught to burn with entailed beast force. Six Paths markings sharpened across his skin. Conqueror's haki did not merely crack around him now, it bent space through pressure so dense even the edges of Imu's silent field rippled in protest. Imu watched. For the first time in the battle, they did not speak immediately, then very softly. So that is what crossed worlds. Naruto opened his eyes. They were no longer merely human, not in color, not in depth. They held storm, root, sage, beast, and the grim intelligence of a king who had learned too late that saving a world and controlling one could become almost indistinguishable if you stopped checking the difference often enough. He formed a sphere between his hands, another Baijudama. But not like before. This one did not scream, it breathed, dense, slow, vastly compressed, layered with root chakra, tailed beast annihilation, six paths order, and conqueror's haki so saturated it seemed black at the core and haloed in pale gold at the outer edge. The sphere did not tremble like unstable power. It held still with the certainty of a coming star. Imu's field intensified. The silence around Mary Geoise reached such absolute depth that even light seemed hesitant. Naruto spoke anyway, not because sound functioned normally here, but because Will had begun to replace simpler mechanics around both of them. "You wanted continuity," he said, then he pushed the sphere forward. "This is what change looks like." The Baijudama did not launch fast. It expanded. That was the horror of it. It moved slowly at first, impossibly slow for something of its scale, like a planet deciding to become a weapon by inches. As it advanced, the air around it failed. The edges of Imu's erasure field met its surface and began to lose the argument. Not immediately, not cleanly, but steadily, because the sphere was not merely destructive force, it was a layered sovereignty event of its own. A declaration that even silence had to make room. Imu's expression finally changed, not fear, calculation sharpened by real danger. The alchemy of silence widened, deepened, pressed harder. Whole districts below vanished at the peripheral edges where the field expanded under strain, but the Baijudama kept coming. Slow, certain, growing as Naruto fed it continuous power through both hands, and every root thread in his body screamed at the cost. Kurama roared inside him, not in warning now, but in united effort. Hold it, hold it. Hold it. Imu had two options. Maintain the field and be consumed when the sphere's layered authority finally broke through. Or break formation. Move. For the first time in centuries, perhaps, the sovereign of containment was forced to give ground. Imu stepped aside. That was the opening. Naruto vanished. No clone feint. No visible transition. Just absence where he had been, followed by a new presence inside the collapsing geometry of Imu's abandoned line. Hurricane not in the exact clean perfection of Minato Namikaze's original art, because this world did not provide the same stable spatial law to work with. Naruto had spent years reverse engineering the concept through seal formulas, chakra anchoring, haki-assisted reaction speed, and battlefield notation. He had never achieved elegance, so he achieved lethality. A marked fragment of seal code flashed beneath Imu's retreat point placed earlier in the battle on a piece of shattered sanctum stone Naruto had kicked through the air minutes before. Imu realized it too late. Naruto emerged inside their guard. Sage-enhanced momentum drove the strike. Conqueror's haki flooded his arm until black lightning caged his entire limb. Kurama's chakra and root force aligned behind one singular target. Naruto's palm struck Imu's core, not chest, not body. Core, the invisible nexus where root authority localized into sovereign identity. And then Naruto released everything. The Conqueror's overload did not burst outward first. It plunged inward, forcing will against will at the center of Imu's existence. The throne's sovereign convulsed. The dark white shape around them flickered violently, collapsing through several possible forms in an instant human, shadow, impossible crowned silhouette, root-threaded wraith. The sky above Mary Geoise detonated. The Baijudama, now uncontrolled behind them, burst high over the city in a delayed expanding cataclysm that painted the heavens black, gold, and red. Imu fell, not dead, not even close, but broken open enough. Naruto was already moving before the body hit stone. Hands flashed through signs at impossible speed. Seal arrays erupted across the ruined throne platform below, across the remnants of the empty throne chamber, across hidden scripts already carved beneath centuries of statecraft and lies. Naruto drove Imu downward, using momentum, chakra chains, haki pressure, and the recoil of his own shattered reserves to force the sovereign through falling rubble and back into the chamber where rulership had sat pretending it belonged to no one. The empty throne awaited. For the first time in recorded history, it was about to become exactly what it had always secretly been, not a symbol. A cage. Imu hit the dais. Naruto hit after them. Both hands slammed into the stone at the base of the throne, and the final seal ignited. This one was not elegant, it was monstrous. Layer upon layer of Fuinjutsu principles translated into a world that had never deserved access to them. Root-responsive anchors, devil fruit suppression logic, sovereignty inversion loops, conquerors haki braided into command structure, the throne itself as central lock point, the chamber as secondary containment field. Mary Geoise's broken sanctum architecture repurposed as outer array. Imu tried to rise, too late, the throne swallowed, not literally. The stone behind it opened in lines of black gold script and dragged the sovereign backward into seated stillness by force of law rewritten through Naruto's will. Root vines of pure seal light wrapped arms, throat, torso, and shadow. The dais fused around the lower half of the body. The throne's back rose higher, curving into a prison arch. Imu's voice emerged one last time as the seal tightened. "You do not understand what follows." Naruto, bleeding from half a dozen places and barely standing, placed one final seal mark over the center of the throne. "No," he said hoarsely. "I understand enough." The lock closed. Silence returned. Normal silence, not the alchemy of silence, just absence of speech in a room that had finally run out of hidden rulers. Naruto stood there breathing, every system in his body screaming from overuse. The root force was receding now that the battle had ended, leaving behind a brutal hollow ache. His arms shook. Blood dripped from his fingertips onto the newly sealed throne platform. Outside, war still existed, but it was already changing shape. The center had fallen. That would ripple outward fast. Naruto looked up. Imu remained visible, seated now within the throne itself, not dead, not erased, not destroyed, subjugated. Eyes open, body immobilized. The prison was cruel by design, conscious endurance, eternal witness. A sovereign forced to remain beside the symbol they had corrupted, appropriate. Kurama's voice came softer now, carrying exhaustion deeper than either of them admitted often. "You should finish it." Naruto's gaze remained on the sealed figure. He knew what Kurama meant: kill them. End the possibility. Remove the center of recurrence entirely. It would be cleaner, safer, probably wiser. But Naruto had not walked through all of this to become merely another answer that solved fear through simpler finality. He sank slowly onto the broken edge of the throne dais beside the prison, not beneath it. Beside it. The gesture was deliberate. A king not replacing the hidden sovereign through secrecy, but occupying the ruin in full view of what remained. His voice, when it came, was low and tired and harder than it had been in younger years. "You wanted the world contained," he said to the bound figure. "Now you get to watch what happens when it breathes wrong." Imu did not answer, or could not. Either way, the silence belonged to Naruto now. He sat there, bloodied and half-lit by the failing gold-white lines of the throne seal, while the Holy Land burned beyond the ruined sanctum, and the sea far below kept striking the red line like history trying to decide how much of this day it could survive. For a long time he did not move, did not speak, did not celebrate. The final battle had not made him feel victorious, only heavier. Because this was the truth hidden beneath every ascending myth. When you won at this scale, you did not feel taller, you felt farther away, from the boy who wanted to be acknowledged. From the shinobi who believed power was for protecting bonds. From the person who once imagined that beating gods meant ordinary people would get easier lives automatically afterward. Now there was only the throne, the prison, the empire, the broken world, and the man who had reached the top not to save it cleanly, but to seize the right to decide what kind of damage came next. The wind entered through the ruined ceiling. Ash drifted down. Naruto closed his eyes for one brief moment, then opened them again. He remained seated beside the sealed sovereign as Mary Geoise collapsed into a new age around him. And the world, though it did not yet understand it, had just lost its oldest silence. Chapter VI, The Reign of the Unbroken King, the New World Year, one of the Zebeck era, the war ended in less than a week. Not because resistance disappeared. Because after Mary Geoise, resistance no longer knew what shape it was supposed to take. That was the true damage of toppling a hidden sovereign. Killing armies was simple. Armies understood death. They had structures for it. Command succession, defensive fallback, replacement officers, supply rerouting, emergency protocols. Even panic could be organized if enough men in uniform had practiced it for enough years. But when the center of a civilization's myth collapsed, the consequences spread differently. The Marines had believed in justice, even when individual men disagreed on what that word meant. The nobles believed in sanctity, even if sanctity required oceans of blood beneath their shoes. The cipher agencies believed in necessity. The government courts believed in legitimacy. The kingdoms under the world government banner believed in continuity because paperwork and tribute and hierarchy had taught them to imagine continuity as nature. Then Mary Geoise broke. The celestial dragons fled. The Gorosei vanished. No clean succession emerged. No voice from above restored order. And somewhere across every island connected to the government's communication web, the same impossible rumor arrived again and again in different forms. Rocks D. Zebeck had climbed to the top, not raided the Holy Land, not bloodied it, not embarrassed it, taken it. And because the old order had hidden its highest truth behind masks, most of the world had no language for what had replaced it. Naruto made sure they learned quickly. The first proclamation was not delivered through newspapers. He no longer trusted paper to carry the right kind of fear. Instead, on the 8th day after Mary Geoise fell, every major communication snail across government waters shuddered at once. Those in marine fortresses, royal courts, trade ports, cipher stations, underground market hubs, prison ships, remote islands that still believed distance protected them. Even black market relay stations hidden beneath warehouses and gambling houses. For one long second, every den mushi on every line screamed. Then all of them took the same shape, whiskered, fox-eyed, grinning in a way no snail should have known how to grin. Naruto's face appeared through them all, not perfectly human, not softened for diplomacy. The projected image had strange edges because it was being carried not only through den biology and wire, but through the seal resonance networks Naruto had woven into captured communication systems after the fall of Mary Geoise. Black-red pressure crawled through the broadcast. Even islands that could not hear him clearly felt the weight of him before the words arrived. He sat on no visible throne in the transmission. That had been intentional. The old world had hidden power above everyone else. Naruto wanted this world to understand that power could be anywhere it wanted, and that was worse. When he spoke, his voice crossed oceans. The government above you is broken. In one court, a king dropped the goblet in his hand. In one prison, a warden forgot to breathe. In one marine barracks, an entire row of young recruits froze mid-step. Naruto continued. Do not wait for orders from the Holy Land. There are no orders coming. No speeches about freedom. No declarations of liberation. No heroic promise that the people of the world were finally safe now that ancient rot had been removed. Because Naruto had learned something too useful to forget. Relief made people reckless. Fear made them listen. The old bureaucracy will stop. Your old tributes stop. Your old legal protections stop. Your old protections from the sea stop. A long pause, then the sentence that became law before anyone had agreed to call it law. There is one king, Naruto said. Do not make me notice you. Across the world, silence followed, not metaphorical silence, actual. Room after room. Harbor after harbor, fort after fort, men and women who had lived all their lives under one kind of power suddenly realized another had already taken their measure before they had even decided whether to acknowledge it. The great pirate era never began. That was the first true divergence from the future this world had once been moving toward. No era of romantic chaos followed Roger's absence. No ocean-wide rush toward a treasure that promised possibility. No explosion of independent crews convinced the sea had become freer because the government had been bloodied. Because Naruto did something even Roger never would have done. He made the sea feel owned. The One Piece, whatever it was, whatever history it contained, whatever revelation waited at the end of the Grand Line ceased to matter in practical politics almost overnight. Treasure still existed. Adventure still existed. Ambition, greed, rivalry, bloodlust, and dreams did not vanish from human beings simply because one monster sat at the top of the world and frowned in their direction. But they changed shape. Men no longer sailed to become kings of pirates. They sailed to avoid being noticed by the actual one. And that difference poisoned the age before it could invent a legend around rebellion. Naruto dismantled the world government in layers. Not completely. That would have been childish. You did not erase a machine that big by smashing every gear at once. That only created uncontrolled debris. Systems, he had learned, were often more useful broken into obedient pieces than annihilated outright, so the ministries fell first. Tax channels were seized or destroyed. Tribute convoys rerouted. Record archives in Mary Geoise were either burned, copied, or sealed depending on how useful they looked. Cipher branches that surrendered quickly were stripped of authority and repurposed as information webs under seal binding and direct terror. Those that resisted were erased with enough precision that rumors of their deaths did more work than public examples would have. The judicial system fractured next. Kingdoms that had once appealed disputes upward toward a sacred legal center found the center gone. Some local rulers tried to declare independence. Some announced new coalitions. A few even tried to restore older royal claims and play at legitimacy like children wearing dead men's coats. Naruto crushed exactly 3 of those attempts personally. No more. That was all it took. The first was a coalition of lesser monarchs in the first half of Paradise who believed distance from the New World would give them time to form a response league. They gathered in a ceremonial hall, signed a declaration, raised guards, and publicly announced that divine order had fallen only to be replaced by transient pirate barbarism. Naruto arrived before the ink dried. He walked into their assembly through the front gate because dramatic entrances were less effective when they looked too rehearsed. The guards at the entrance died quietly. The second ring of guards collapsed under Conqueror's pressure before their weapons cleared leather. By the time he entered the hall, the coalition's rulers were still halfway through realizing their outer defenses had vanished. He killed only the spokesman, not with spectacle, with a single strike. Then he placed a seal on the central pillar of the hall and said, "You can hold councils. You cannot hold armies. Learn the difference." He left. The pillar remained warm for 3 years, and everyone who entered that chamber afterwards swore it felt as if someone invisible was already standing there before they arrived. The second rebellion was less dignified and more dangerous. A former marine logistics chain in the North Blue attempted to regroup under the logic that the rank and file still needed structure, pay, and command, or they would turn into armed chaos drifting from island to island. It was a reasonable argument. In another life, Naruto might even have agreed with it, but the officers leading it were not trying to preserve order for civilians. They were rebuilding the old machine under a new name, hoping the absence of the Holy Land would let them become its replacement. Naruto did not bother speaking to them. He destroyed infrastructure, warehouses, dry docks, ammunition depots, communication towers. Not the men themselves, not at first. He cut their lines, starved their momentum, and forced them to choose between fighting over scraps or defecting to survive. Most defected. Those who didn't died when Kaido, acting under orders and enjoying himself far too much, reduced the final headquarters to burning timber and blackened iron in a single night raid. The third rebellion was the most ideologically interesting. It came from survivors in the old revolutionary underground, sword-wielding remnants, dissident cells, escaped political prisoners, idealists, and furious men and women who had once aimed their dreams at overthrowing the world government, only to discover that the world after it looked even less recognizable than they had hoped. They called Naruto a usurper, a tyrant replacing tyranny, a conqueror who mistook collapse for justice. For a brief moment, hearing the reports, something old in Naruto had almost admired them. Because once, those would have been exactly the words he himself would have spoken standing against a throne like the one he now occupied. He answered them by destroying a bridge. That was all. A massive continental trade bridge linking two island economies that had begun funneling weapons, recruits, and food into revolutionary routes. Naruto landed at its midpoint at dawn, while guards and engineers still believed the rumors of his arrival were exaggerated. He gave them 10 minutes to clear civilians. Then he split the structure down the middle with a root chakra by Judama compressed so precisely it vaporized only the central supports and left the surrounding towns intact. The bridge fell into the sea. The supply line died with it. 3 weeks later, the revolutionaries had no functioning movement large enough to matter. That was the pattern. Naruto's response was always disproportionate and always precise. He destroyed capacity. That was what terrified Whitebeard most, not the blood, not even the scale, the efficiency. Because mass killing created martyrs, graves, memory, and inherited rage. Destroyed infrastructure created dependence. People could hate a ruler and still line up under his shadow if the docks, bridges, granaries, and communication routes they needed to survive now depended on whether he chose to tolerate them. That was worse. And Naruto knew it. The first year of the Zebeck era became a geography of delegated fear. Whitebeard was given the Western New World territories, not as a king in his own right, as governor. The word was never used publicly because language mattered less than conditions. But everyone understood. Islands under Whitebeard's oversight paid what was required, obeyed transmission law, maintained shipping discipline, and did not harbor rebels. In exchange, Whitebeard kept raids minimal, famine rarer than it might have been, and local warlords sharply limited. His mark remained on them, but so did Naruto's. The seal was simple in appearance. A dark spiral crown embedded in Whitebeard's flagship masked and mirrored, in smaller forms, beneath the skin of his upper chest, where only a handful of people had ever seen it, not an obedience collar. Naruto had no need to humiliate him like that. It was worse. A structural bond that linked Whitebeard's permission to the broader Empire network. Strength amplification, communication access, tactical response priority. In moments of necessary escalation, Naruto could even force the seal to damp Whitebeard's highest output if the man ever chose direct rebellion. Whitebeard had understood all of that immediately when Naruto finalized it. He had not objected aloud. That had been almost more unnerving than outrage would have been. Their conversation the day the territories were assigned took place on a cliff above a sea Naruto had already half-named in his own maps. Below them, black-bannered ships moved along routes that no longer belonged to free men. Whitebeard stood with arms folded, the wind pulling at his coat. "You've made me the conscience of a machine," he said. Naruto stood a few feet away, gaze on the horizon. "No," he said, "I made you the least cruel answer available in that quadrant." Whitebeard looked at him for several long seconds. That's the kind of sentence men say right before they stop remembering what they used to hate. Naruto did not answer quickly, because the line landed too close to truths he already avoided when possible. At last he said, "The quadrant still needs someone strong enough to stop opportunists and stable enough not to turn hunger into sport." Whitebeard's eyes hardened slightly. "So I'm stable now. You're less childish than Kaido." That almost got a laugh, almost. Whitebeard's expression darkened again. "And when my leash weakens?" Naruto finally looked at him. "It won't." Whitebeard stared back, and for a heartbeat, the old possibility of war between them re-entered the air, not because either man truly intended to start it now, but because both remembered that only one of them had chosen this arrangement willingly. Then Whitebeard looked out to sea again. "You really do think this is the best path left?" Naruto's answer came so quietly the wind nearly took it. "No." Whitebeard's gaze shifted slightly. Surprised, Naruto continued, "I think it's the path that won." That stayed with Whitebeard. And because Whitebeard was Whitebeard, it disturbed him more than any lie of noble necessity would have. Kaido received the most violent territories. The Central New World, unstable war routes, old pirate dens, beast-infested regions, outer fortress islands, and the routes where resistance still imagined raw strength might solve the problem. Naruto sent Kaido there because he understood both utility and appetite. Give a predator an environment where only predators lasted long enough to challenge him, and he would police it out of love for the game. Kaido took his governorship like a man being handed a continent-sized drinking contest. He stationed his crews brutally, broke local pirate kings in public duels, turned whole smuggling lanes into gauntlets, established tribute through survival laws on certain islands where bands of challengers were allowed to fight for elevated rank under the Empire only if they lasted through Kaido's trials and Naruto's SEAL screening afterward. The region became hellish. Also stable, stability in the Kaido sectors looked like this. Large-scale war vanished because no one strong enough to wage it was allowed to remain independent for long. Banditry fell in some zones because the bandits were dead. Commerce resumed in others, because merchants would rather pay extortion to a predictable dragon governor than be eaten alive by 20 smaller warlords who changed flags weekly. Naruto watched reports from Kaido's territories with detached attention and saw the cruel truth clearly. Sometimes the worst enforcer available was still an improvement over anarchy. That frightened him, not because it was wrong, because it was becoming easier to say without flinching. Big Mom's territories became something stranger, not softer. Never mistake that, but structurally more domestic. The islands under her governance were folded into food, production, marriage, extraction, and soul law networks that resembled a nightmare version of statecraft and family combined. She stabilized agricultural output with terrifying efficiency. Piracy fell sharply in her sectors because anyone raiding shipping under her domain risked ending up inside a screaming household object or a storm cloud with teeth. Civilians feared her deeply. Yet oddly, some flourished under the order because famine actually decreased. Roads were maintained, and local elites learned very quickly that exploiting their populations too visibly invited one of Big Mom's smiling inspections. Naruto understood what he had done with her and disliked the taste of it in his mind. He had not civilized monsters, he had institutionalized them. That was the difference between naivete and rule. Naruto himself remained mostly unseen. That was not an accident. He traveled constantly. Not always publicly. Not always even through ordinary routes. One week he would appear at a collapsing grain port in the South Blue to punish corruption by blowing apart the warehouse of the man who had been falsifying shortages. The next he would manifest in a sealed prison where former cipher agents had begun reorganizing hidden influence networks, leaving behind only silence, open cells, and one wall marked with a spiral crown burned 6 feet deep into stone. Then he would vanish again into the New World to recalibrate territorial seals, inspect devil fruit holdings, study old root pulses under the sea, or sit for hours in the ruined sanctum above Mary Geoise beside the throne that still held Imu in silent, conscious captivity. His presence became atmospheric. That was deliberate, better to be felt than merely seen. Better for the world to imagine him always one island closer than he actually was. In taverns, people spoke more quietly when they used the title. Some called him the Unbroken King. Others called him the Fox Sovereign. Older survivors, those who remembered God Valley and the old pirate age, still muttered Zebeck with a mixture of fear and disbelief, as if history had made a clerical error and then doubled down on it. Naruto accepted all of it. Titles were just ways other people organized fear. The real change, the one that mattered, the one that made the first year of his reign feel like the beginning of a graveyard's routine rather than an empire's triumph, came in the atmosphere of everyday life. Ports opened on schedule because they had to. Merchants sailed in tighter formations because independent adventurism had become an expensive hobby. Marines did not disappear entirely. Many simply defected into local security structures, regional navies, or governor-controlled enforcement corps. Some accepted that there would always be rulers and preferred the ones currently winning. Others told themselves they were protecting civilians from worse outcomes. A few even convinced themselves Naruto's order, brutal as it was, had at least ended the hypocrisy of the old world. Children grew up hearing fewer lies about justice from above. Instead, they learned practical rules. Do not speak treason near communication snails. Do not sail under unmarked flags. Do not tamper with sealed towers. Do not build armies unless you are prepared to lose cities. Do not make the king notice you, the world adapted. That was the most unsettling part. Human beings were disgustingly good at adaptation. Give them enough consistency, enough consequence, enough terror arranged into habits, and they would build ordinary life beneath anything. Markets reopened. Lovers met. Fishermen fished. Carpenters repaired docks. Teachers still shouted at students. Children still climbed rooftops and got told to come down. The sea still glittered in sunlight as if sunlight itself had not been made complicit in empire. Sometimes Naruto walked through such places in disguise and felt nothing like victory, only distance. He still spoke to Kurama, not less frequently exactly, but differently. The old arguments had changed shape. In the first months after Mary Geoise, Kurama had mostly remained quiet whenever Naruto returned from one act of clean structural cruelty or another. Not approving, not condemning immediately, watching, measuring. The fox had lived too long to waste energy on obvious moral theater. He knew the point at which a creature decided what it would become was rarely the point where words could reverse it. But one night, in the ruins of a former government observatory perched above a calm moonlit bay, the silence between them finally broke. Naruto sat alone on the cracked stone roof, one leg drawn up, one arm resting over the knee. The sea below was silver-black. Lanterns from the fishing village at the base of the hill swayed in soft yellow lines. Somewhere nearby a child laughed, distant and brief, before a parent hushed them indoors. Inside the mindscape, the storm canyon was quieter than usual. Kurama sat with tails folded around his vast form, eyes reflecting lightning that had not yet decided whether to strike. "You keep choosing efficiency," the fox said. Naruto did not respond at once. The night wind moved around him at length. "It works." Kurama's ears twitched once, so did Chain's. Naruto's jaw set, not from surprise but from recognition. He had expected this conversation for weeks, maybe months. Still, hearing it aloud made the air colder. "I'm not pretending it's kind," Naruto said. "That isn't the criticism." Naruto's gaze remained on the bay. No speeches rose immediately to his lips now. No instinctive insistence that he was different, that his motives were cleaner, that the burden made the harshness necessary. Those arguments still existed somewhere inside him, but they no longer came first. He had learned to distrust the parts of his mind that wanted easy nobility. That, too, was a kind of loss. "What is the criticism, then?" he asked. Kurama's voice deepened. "You no longer ask what a thing costs before you use it." That landed hard enough that Naruto's fingers tightened against stone. Below, the lanterns in the village still moved gently in the dark. He thought of the bridge he had dropped into the sea, the coalition spokesman he had killed before the hall finished understanding he was there, the prison cells emptied through carefully applied terror. The governor seals under Whitebeard's skin on Kaido's command mast, embedded through Big Mom systems. The throne, Imu sitting inside it, conscious, unable to die, unable to act. I know what it costs, Naruto said quietly. Kurama's eyes burned brighter. No, you know what it buys. That sentence stayed between them for a long time. Naruto closed his eyes once. When he opened them again, the bay looked no different, still calm, still beautiful, still underneath him. Would you rather I had left the world to tear itself apart? He asked at last. After Mary Geoise? After the government collapsed? After everything hidden at the top started bleeding downward? Kurama's answer came without hesitation. I would rather you still knew that those weren't the only two choices. Naruto inhaled slowly. In another life, he would have flared at that, argued that old ideals were luxuries this world punished, that power had to shape monsters before monsters shaped everyone else, that the practical cruelty of order was still preferable to the ecstatic cruelty of chaos. All of those things still felt partly true. That was what made the conversation unbearable, because Kurama was not saying he had chosen the most evil path. Kurama was asking whether he had stopped searching too early for anything better. Naruto looked down at his own hands. They were steady. Too steady. Do you think I wanted this? He asked. The fox's answer came softer. No, the storm above the canyon rumbled once. That's why I'm still here. Naruto laughed once, but there was no humor in it. That comforting line would have worked better a few years ago. It isn't comfort. Kurama's 9 tails spread slightly behind him. It's warning. The village lights below dimmed as families retired one by one. Naruto watched them disappear into houses too small and ordinary to deserve the scale of decisions made above them. At last he said, so quietly that it almost seemed addressed to the sea rather than the fox, I don't remember what the better version of me would have done. Kurama did not answer immediately, and in the absence of answer, the statement took on even more weight, because that was the true cost now. Not merely what Naruto had done, what he could no longer reliably imagine himself refusing to do. That same month, Whitebeard came to Mary Geoise, not with a fleet, alone. That alone made the visit serious. Naruto met him in the ruined upper sanctum, where the old light still fell through broken stone, and the silence around the sealed throne had become its own kind of atmosphere. Imu remained where Naruto had left them, conscious, still, a sovereign reduced to witness. Whitebeard's eyes went first to the throne, then to Naruto sitting on the edge of the dais beside it. You come here often, Whitebeard said. Naruto didn't look surprised. There's less noise. Whitebeard's mouth tightened. That's one word for it. He approached until the old giant stood only a few paces from the throne itself, studying the bound figure with the expression of a man who understood prisons, grudges, and the particular kind of cruelty that required its target to remain aware. You could kill it, Whitebeard said. Naruto's gaze stayed forward. Yes, but you don't. No, Whitebeard looked at him then, really looked, and that's not mercy. Naruto's answer was immediate. No. A long silence followed. Then Whitebeard said, I've spent the last year ruling islands in your name. Naruto still did not move. I noticed. Whitebeard ignored the dryness. Do you know what frightens them most? Naruto glanced at him briefly. That you can hear their disloyalty through half the communication network. Whitebeard almost smiled, but didn't. No, he said, that things are calmer. The words settled heavily. Whitebeard continued. Men can live under horror if horror keeps the roads open and the grain moving. They hate it, curse it, whisper against it, and then they build routines beneath it. His eyes moved to the world outside the broken sanctum. That's how bad orders stop looking temporary. Naruto knew that. He did not need Whitebeard to explain it, which was exactly why Whitebeard was explaining it. You came to accuse me of success, Naruto asked. Whitebeard's expression hardened. I came to see if you still hear what that success sounds like. Naruto was silent. Whitebeard stepped closer. There are children in my territory who will grow up thinking this is the natural shape of power, he said. No hidden gods above them, no lying world government. Just one king strong enough to crush every attempt at defiance before it becomes large enough to imagine itself righteous. He let the words sharpen. If that's your answer, then own it. Don't wear that face of yours like you're still arguing with a conscience you plan to obey later. That hit harder than it should have, because Whitebeard was not asking him to repent. He was asking him to stop pretending uncertainty counted as innocence. Naruto rose slowly from the edge of the dais. The ruined chamber seemed to narrow around the motion. When he answered, his voice was tired in a way only people near him ever heard. "I do own it." Whitebeard held his gaze. "Then say what you are." No one had asked Naruto that so directly since God Valley, not Kurama, not Imu, not even himself, not without finding a more abstract way around it. Now the question stood in the open between the sealed throne and the broken heavens above. Naruto looked at the bound sovereign, at the empty architecture of a world center he had broken and occupied, at Whitebeard, who still stood in his service and still hated enough of it to remain human. Then he answered. "I'm what happened," he said, "when the person who wanted to save the world stopped believing the world would meet him halfway." Whitebeard's eyes darkened. "That," he said, "is the most dangerous kind of tyrant." And because Whitebeard was honest enough to leave the blade and instead of softening it, Naruto had no answer that improved the room, only the truth. "I know." Outside the sanctum, the new world kept functioning. That was the horror. No final resistance rose strong enough to matter that year. No great alliance. No world-saving coalition. No bright new hero cut across the seas carrying the kind of impossible moral gravity Naruto himself had once carried without understanding how rare and fragile it really was. Maybe one would come later. Maybe that was the point of stories. But in year one of the Zebeck era, none appeared. The governors held their territories. The seal network expanded. The old system remained broken enough not to recover and intact enough to exploit. The world adapted to the reign of the unbroken king. And at the center of that reign, sitting sometimes on the edge of a ruined dais beside the throne prison of a hidden immortal sovereign, Naruto spoke less and listened more to the emptiness victory had left in him. He had won. That was no longer in doubt. The thing that grew afterward was much harder to name, not peace, not satisfaction, not redemption postponed. Legacy, perhaps, or habit, or the slow realization that power gained to prevent one kind of suffering could become architecture for another if you stopped asking difficult questions often enough. The year ended not with celebration, but with a report. A sealed message delivered to Naruto personally while he stood alone in the upper sanctum at dusk. He opened it, read it once, then again. Far away, in some quiet part of the sea he had nearly stopped thinking about, Whitebeard had begun doing something small and dangerous. Not rebellion. Not sabotage, stories, telling them in taverns, on decks, in quiet harbors, to children of crews and old men with more memory than sense, stories about another life. Another world in spirit, if not in fact, about a stubborn boy who had wanted to be acknowledged. A ninja. A fool. Someone who believed people could still be reached before they were reduced to categories of threat and utility. Naruto lowered the paper slowly. The wind moved through the ruined sanctum. Behind him, Imu remained trapped in the throne. Inside him, Kurama was very quiet. Because both of them understood what Whitebeard was doing. Not revolution. Memory. The first act of disobedience that did not aim to overthrow the king's body, only to preserve the person he used to be somewhere the system could not file, weaponize, or entirely suppress. Naruto folded the report. He did not order Whitebeard stopped. That was the strangest part. He simply stood there, the last light of dusk burning red along broken stone, and let the knowledge sit inside him like a blade left carefully in place. Because maybe some small, buried part of him wanted the stories to spread. Wanted someone, somewhere, someday, to know that the king who ruled the world had not begun as a king at all. Only as a boy who once thought being seen and being right might end up pointing in the same direction. The sea darkened below. And year one of the Zebeck era closed over the world like a scar learning how to live as skin. Chapter Romans 7, The Will That Will Not Rest Epilogue, What the World Remembers a Generation Can Be Measured in Years, or Fear. In the age before Naruto took Mary Geoise, the world had measured itself in dynasties, wars, pirate rises, marine campaigns, royal marriages, famine cycles, and the lies powerful men told long enough that maps eventually learned to reflect them. In the age after, time changed shape. People still counted days, seasons, and harvests. Children still grew taller. Ships still rotted if neglected. Old captains still lost their grip on glasses they had once lifted one-handed. Mothers still marked doorframes to see how high their sons and daughters had climbed from one summer to the next. But underneath those ordinary measurements, another calendar had formed before the king noticed, after the king noticed. That was how history lived now. The Zebeck era did not need a formal beginning carved into law to become law anyway. No priesthood announced it. No universal proclamation fixed its first day with clean official ink. The world simply began counting from the week Mary Geoise broke and never quite stopped. 12 years after the fall of the Holy Land, the seas had learned his shape so well that most people under 40 could not imagine the world before him, except as a half-mythical period of louder hypocrisy. The old world government existed now only in documents, ruined chains of inheritance, and the habits of surviving institutions that still thought in bureaucratic lines even after the sacred center had been hollowed out and occupied. The marine branches that remained were no longer a unified global force. Some had become regional security corps under governor authority. Some had decayed into local militias. Some had vanished entirely into the sea, their ships and uniforms repurposed by whatever came next. Pirates still existed, of course, they always would. Naruto had not eradicated ambition, greed, cruelty, freedom, restlessness, or the human need to believe the horizon contained something worth disobeying for. Men still sailed under false flags. Smugglers still ran routes through fog and dead currents. Raiders still tried their luck on weaker islands. Treasure hunters still drowned for rumors they should never have trusted, but piracy had become local again, smaller, nervous. The age of world-defining pirate dreams had died before it could be born. No great pirate era. No roaring age of kings challenging heaven from the sea. Only a planet-sized empire of controlled violence, distributed fear, and practical survival. All cast under one shadow large enough that even people who had never seen Naruto in person adjusted their voices when speaking his titles. In taverns, they called him different things depending on region. The Unbroken King, the Beast on the Throne, the Fox Sovereign. The man who ended the sky above Mary Geoise, among the oldest survivors, among the few whose hair had gone white while memory remained sharp enough to cut. There was another name, the Boy Who Forgot. That title was not public, not safe enough to be written down. It spread another way, quietly, in stories. And all stories in that age led, sooner or later, to Edward Newgate. Whitebeard had grown older, not weak. Age had not the courage to make him weak quickly. But it had laid hands on him in the ways age always eventually laid hands on men who built themselves from battle and refusal. A little more stillness after rising. A little more time spent staring at the sea before speaking. A little more silence between one swallow of drink and the next. He still ruled his quadrant, still carried the governor's seal under his skin, still could have shattered fleets if he chose. But the most dangerous thing Whitebeard did in his later years was not fight, it was remember aloud. The first time he told the story, it happened by accident. At least that was what he told himself. It was a storm night on an island under his administration, the kind of night that made taverns feel like temporary fortresses built against the world's mood. Wind screamed against shutters. Lanterns swung. The sea hammered the docks so hard that every conversation had to be pitched a little louder simply to remain conversation and not become lip movement. A child had asked a question. Not a political one, not a dangerous one. just the kind of question children asked because they did not know what parts of history adults preferred to keep embalmed. "Old man," the child had said from near the hearth, "were you always under the king?" The room had gone silent in the particular way rooms did when fear arrived before wisdom. Parents stiffened. One merchant actually closed his eyes as if refusing to witness the moment might save him from it. Whitebeard looked at the child, then out at the storm, then back again, and for reasons he never fully explained even to himself he answered. "No," Whitebeard said. The child leaned forward, fascinated. What was it like before? Whitebeard was silent for a long time, long enough that the tavern owner almost thought the moment had passed. Then the old pirate, the governor, the monster, the man strong enough to split the world if pushed too far, said, louder. That got a few nervous laughs, enough to let the air return, but Whitebeard did not stop there, maybe because he was tired. Maybe because age had made him less interested in helping the world keep its lies organized. Maybe because 12 years of serving a king he did not entirely forgive had taught him that memory itself could become the only honest rebellion left to men who understood strength and compromise equally well. Or maybe because the stories had been building in him for too long. So he told them. Not all at once, not in order. He began small. A captain on God Valley who stood back up when the dead should have stayed down, a man who learned too fast. A king who healed his enemies after beating them because he wanted more from them than corpses. A monster who understood systems. And then, in later taverns, later harbors, later nights on deck under stars or cloud or black rain, the stories deepened. Whitebeard began speaking not only of the king, but of the ghost inside the king. A boy, a fool, a fighter from another place, though he never said it so directly that listening walls could report it cleanly. Someone who had wanted, once, not thrones or perfect order or universal fear, but something much smaller and maybe therefore much harder to be acknowledged. The oral tradition spread because spoken stories had advantages paper never would. Paper could be seized, stone could be hidden or broken, archives could burn. But memory passing mouth to mouth through weather, labor, alcohol, grief, family, boredom, and wonder became harder to kill once enough ordinary people carried pieces of it without realizing the whole. A fisherman in one port heard that the king had once laughed easily. A cook in another heard that he used to argue with his own beast like it was a brother. A shipwright heard that the king, long ago, had once believed all enemies were secretly reachable if you hit the loneliness out of them hard enough. A dock girl heard that the king came from a land of ninjas and impossible moons. That last version was probably Whitebeard embellishing less carefully than he should have. He did not care. Truth in oral history was not preserved by precision alone. It survived by emotional continuity, the part of the story listeners carried, because it explained something the world in front of them had never made sense of otherwise. Why did the king spare some and annihilate others? Why did he destroy infrastructure more often than people? Why did he never fully enjoy victory? Why had he left Whitebeard alive, Kaido empowered, Big Mom structured rather than simply exterminated and replaced? Why did he sometimes walk through villages in disguise and spend money like someone who had once known hunger, loneliness, and the strange need to hear his own name spoken without contempt? The stories offered one answer. Because before he became a king, he had been a person. And beneath the empire, the memory of that person still refused to die cleanly. Whitebeard knew the stories were dangerous. He also knew Naruto knew, because the seal under his skin had not weakened by accident. He realized that 3 years before the end. At first he thought it was age playing tricks on his senses. The governor's seal had always remained present, not painful, not humiliating, but undeniable. A constant structural pressure inside his system. A reminder that his greatest freedom now existed by toleration, not by natural right. Sometimes the seal tightened when Naruto's attention passed briefly over the quadrant. Sometimes it warmed when communication networks aligned through it. Sometimes it damped his highest output ever so slightly when his temper approached catastrophe. Then, gradually, the response changed. The seal did not vanish, it thinned. Not enough for full rebellion. Not enough for him to truly break free if Naruto decided otherwise. But enough that Whitebeard, a man who knew his own body as only old monsters did, could feel the permission hidden inside the restraint. Naruto was allowing the leash to loosen. The realization came to him while standing on the deck of his flagship at dawn. Sea quiet, gulls wheeling over a harbor that still smelled faintly of last night's fish market. He touched the place over his chest where the seal lay under skin and understood the question being asked without words. What will you do with a little more freedom than I strictly have to give you? Whitebeard's first answer was simple. He told another story. Naruto, meanwhile, felt himself coming apart, not physically. That would have been easier to diagnose. Easier to punch, heal, suppress, or overpower. This was deeper. At first it appeared as missed moments. A hesitation while reading a report, because for 1 second the script seemed written in a language too close to another one. A strange double memory while walking a ruined corridor in Mary Geoise, because part of him expected polished tatami and paper doors from a world that no longer held his body. A battlefield reflex that arrived a half-beat late, because for one terrible instant he could not remember whether the opponent in front of him used chakra, haki, or something older. Then came the dreams. Not ordinary dreams, not the disordered replay of guilt or memory or fear. These were gravitational. He would close his eyes in the ruined sanctum or on some distant ship or in the silence of a governor fortress high above some obedient sea and feel a pull begin beneath sleep. Not down. Back. He dreamed of Konoha's gates standing open at dusk, of the valley of the end under rain, of Uruka's voice calling his name from a distance too great to cross, of Sasuke turning but never fully facing him, of the sage of 6 paths standing on water black as a mirror and saying nothing at all, because some betrayals remained offensive even to memory. Most often he dreamed of a spiral, not his seal, a larger one. A cosmic current turning slowly, patiently, around the place where souls went when worlds stopped holding them. He would wake with his hand clenched hard enough to crack stone, and each time Kurama would already be waiting. The fox had changed with age too, not weaker. Tailed beasts did not age the way humans did, and whatever this world's haki root fusion had done to Kurama had only made him stranger, more integrated with the laws Naruto now moved through. But the fox had grown quieter in a way that resembled age even if it wasn't exactly that, less eager to argue. More exact when he did. On the 3rd night, Naruto woke half-breathless from a dream of falling not between worlds, but between versions of himself. Kurama's voice rolled through the mindscape before Naruto could even steady his breathing. It's starting. Naruto sat up in the ruined sanctum, moonlight falling through broken architecture and painting pale lines across the throne prison where Imu remained sealed and awake. He did not bother pretending confusion. The reincarnation cycle. Yes, Naruto rubbed one hand slowly over his face. In the throne room's silence, the admission felt even uglier than expected. The war had ended. The empire functioned. The governors ruled. The world had adapted. Imu remained imprisoned. The root network beneath the sea pulsed in relative submission whenever Naruto pressed hard enough on its listening points. And yet none of that changed the simplest truth. He had never been meant to stay here forever. Hagoromo, in his panic and arrogance and desperate calculus, had not created a new natural life for Naruto. He had torn him across worlds. That kind of wound in law did not always stay closed just because the person trapped in it became useful. "How long?" Naruto asked. Kurama did not answer immediately, not enough time to ignore it. Too much time to pretend certainty. Naruto gave a short, humorless laugh. "Still love talking like a prophecy when you want to annoy me, and you still pretend jokes reduce scale." Naruto stood and walked slowly to the broken edge of the sanctum overlooking the night sea below Mary Geoise. Wind moved through the shattered height. Somewhere far beneath, lights from the lower rebuilt harbor districts flickered. Even the Holy Land had adapted. Broken sections had been remade into darker, harsher administrative architecture. Sacred beauty had given way to functional fear. He rested one hand against cracked stone. "If it pulls me back," he said, "what happens here?" Kurama's answer was blunt. Chaos. Naruto's jaw tightened. That was what he had already known. The Empire was too centralized in him. Not administratively, he had delegated well enough for systems to continue for a while, but symbolically, structurally, cosmically. The seal network, the governor bonds, the communication overlays, the throne prison, the territorial suppression matrices, the root listening nodes, all of it had his will threaded through it in ways no ordinary succession plan could replicate. If he vanished cleanly, the world would not simply mourn a dead king or celebrate a fallen tyrant. It would crack along every pressure line he had spent years controlling. Kaido would become disaster without direction. Big Mom's systems would metastasize. Whitebeard would resist, but not restore. Old government remnants would rise from every hole. Independent warlords would declare their own ages. The sealed throne might weaken. The roots beneath the world might listen to the wrong things again. Naruto exhaled slowly. "So I anchor." Kurama said nothing. That silence itself was answer. Naruto looked inward. The Storm Canyon mindscape waited. Black-red lightning, broken throne stone. Vast pressure overhead. Kurama seated at its center like a sovereign of older instincts. "And what does that cost?" Naruto asked. The fox's eyes burned. "Everything that lets you leave as yourself." Naruto knew. Or rather, he understood the outline before the shape was filled in. To remain fully in this world, to resist the reincarnation pull, he would have to root himself deeper than a displaced soul had any right to root. Deeper than body. Deeper than empire. Into the world's own foundational system. A human consciousness could not survive that intact, not as Naruto, maybe not as anything recognizable. Kurama rose. The canyon shook slightly under the motion. "There is another option." Naruto's eyes narrowed. The fox stepped closer, immense and old and terrible, and underneath all of that, more loyal than Naruto had any right to deserve after everything they had become together. "I anchor it," Kurama said. The words hung in the mindscape like a new weather pattern. Naruto stared at him. "No. Listen first." "No." Kurama's tails lashed once, not in anger but in forceful insistence. "If you merge me into the root network, I can take the stabilizing burden. The world already hears me through you. The roots respond to tailed beast force better than they ever will to ordinary haki or devil fruit lineage. I can become the constant pressure your empire currently uses you for." Naruto's expression hardened immediately. "You mean become a world spirit, something close? That's death." Kurama's laugh was low and rough. "I'm a tailed beast. Death is a scheduling problem, not like this." Naruto stepped forward inside the mindscape now, standing under the storm and looking up at the fox with the kind of fury only grief in advance ever produced. "You don't get to say that like it's nothing." Kurama's eyes softened, not gently, never that, but in the closest way a being like Kurama ever allowed. "I didn't say it was nothing." Silence cracked between them. Naruto understood the logic immediately, which made it worse. Kurama was right. If the fox merged into the root network, not as a parasite, not as a sovereign like Imu, but as an awakened living will diffused through the world's foundational current, then the Empire's central stabilizing pressure could continue without Naruto anchoring himself into oblivion. The governor seals could remain responsive. The communication lattice could persist. The throne prison could stay fed through root circulation. Perhaps most importantly, the world itself might begin to shift slowly under Kurama's influence, not toward perfect goodness. Nothing so sentimental, but away from pure predatory recursion. A tailed beast as the conscience of the oceans, it was absurd, beautiful, and unbearable. Naruto turned away inside the mindscape, because for 1 second he could not bear the fox's gaze. "You hate humans," he said quietly. Kurama snorted, "Less than I used to." Naruto's mouth tightened. "That isn't an answer." Kurama's voice lowered. "You're wrong." Naruto looked back. The fox continued. "I hated being used by humans, feared by them, caged by them, reduced to a power source inside the hands of fools, tyrants, and frightened men pretending control was wisdom." His 9 tails lifted slowly behind him. "But I have lived in your anger, your hope, your idiocy, your mercy, your arrogance, your grief, your kingship, and your collapse. I know the species better than I wanted to." Naruto said nothing. Kurama's next words landed with brutal simplicity. "And if I have to choose between leaving this world to the kind of hands that built Mary Geoise or becoming something that nudges the tide away from that whenever it can, then I choose the tide." Naruto closed his eyes. For a moment, very briefly, he was 17 again, standing in war, learning how to carry power with someone instead of against them, realizing that the beast he had feared and hated and needed and grown beside had become something far more personal than either of them liked to admit cleanly. When he opened his eyes, the Storm Canyon looked the same, but he did not. "You planned this before telling me," he said. Kurama huffed. "Of course I did." "You'd have shouted longer otherwise." That almost made Naruto smile, almost. Instead, he asked the question that mattered. "If you do this, what are you after?" Kurama's ears flicked once, not quite alive, not quite gone. "Distributed." A pause. Present, Naruto swallowed. "And me?" Kurama's answer came gently by the standards of anything Kurama ever said. "You get to choose whether to be a man again." The preparation took months. Naruto told no one beyond the 3 governors, and even then not the full truth. Whitebeard received the news in silence and did not hide the grief in his eyes, which was somehow worse than rage would have been. Kaido reacted first with disbelief, then offense, then laughter, then a strangely sullen acceptance that the strongest being in the world had apparently decided to fight metaphysics itself next, and he would not get invited into the best parts of the battle. Big Mom demanded to know whether this meant the global network would stop answering her food shipping priority codes. Naruto assured her it would not. That answer satisfied her far more quickly than it should have. When Naruto stood before the sealed throne and told the captive sovereign what was coming, gave no visible reaction, which was answer enough. The ritual site had to be chosen carefully, not Mary Geoise, too political, too close to the throne and the old architecture of containment. Not God Valley, which no longer existed in any useful physical form. Not Laugh Tale, whatever secret weight that island still carried. Naruto chose the deep ocean basin beneath a chain of dead islands in the farthest New World, a place where the root network rose closest to the surface and old storms had kept ordinary navigation away for decades. The sea there was black even at noon. Compasses drifted. Sky and water argued constantly. Strange lights sometimes moved under the waves with no source anyone sane wanted to investigate. Perfect. The governors came, not because Naruto requested ceremony, because none of them were capable of staying away from the end of a myth they had helped survive this long beside. Whitebeard stood nearest, Kaido farther back, restless even in silence. Big Mom uncharacteristically quiet, her homies hovering low and unsettled around her. Naruto stood at the center of a vast seal array etched not onto land, but onto platforms of hardened chakra, haki and root-responsive stone drawn up temporarily from beneath the sea itself. Spiral crown lines intersected with older Fuinjutsu geometry. The pattern extended for hundreds of meters across water dark enough to seem bottomless. Above them, storm clouds gathered. Below, the world listened. Kurama emerged gradually, not as an independent physical body in the ordinary sense, but as a full manifestation through Naruto's cloak and the world's responding pressure. The fox rose colossal above the ritual array, black, red, and gold-edged now, tails like banners of living stormfire, eyes ancient and terrifying and somehow calmer than Naruto had ever seen them. Even Kaido went still. Whitebeard bowed his head once. Naruto looked up. This was the last moment before choice became structure. He should have said something grand, a final speech. A king's decree, a warrior's promise. Instead, what came out was simpler. "You sure?" Kurama looked down at him. "No," that startled a weak laugh out of Naruto despite everything. The fox's vast jaws curled very slightly. "But I'm willing." Naruto's throat tightened. He forced himself to nod. Then the ritual began. Naruto drove both hands into the center seal. The world answered. The sea around the platforms lifted in concentric rings. Lightning plunged from sky to ocean and remained there, columns of black-white brilliance linking storm to abyss. The root network below surged upward, not visible at first, but palpable, a colossal living infrastructure moving under the crust of reality in response to the call. Kurama roared. Not in pain, in declaration. The sound crossed the sea and the sky and the bones of everyone present. It carried God Valley, Mary Geoise, war, cages, hatred, friendship, transformation, compromise, kingship, sacrifice, and all the impossible years between them. Naruto poured chakra, then more. Then the deepest layers of 6 paths order he still retained. He opened every pathway between himself and the fox. No barriers, no seal gates, no distinction left between host and partner except love too stubborn to admit itself in softer language. Kurama's shape began to dissolve, not collapse. Diffuse, tails unraveling into rivers of black, red, and gold, fur becoming flame like current, claws becoming pressure signatures. Eyes remaining last, vast and watchful as the rest of him stretched downward through the seal and into the roots rising to meet him from below. The sea exploded upward. Colossal root lights broke the surface in a radius so wide the horizon itself seemed to bend. They were not literal wooden roots, not entirely. They were energy pathways wearing root shape, because that was the closest mortal perception could come to understanding them. Kurama entered them. The moment of contact hit every living being in range like a second heartbeat imposed from outside. Whitebeard staggered. Kaido bared his teeth against the pressure and laughed despite tears he would never acknowledge. Big Mom actually went pale. Naruto remained kneeling at the center, both hands still locked into the seal, while the foxes will spread outward into world-scale channels beneath the sea. He felt Kurama everywhere for one impossible instant, in currents, in storm fronts, in distant tides. In the listening spaces beneath islands and sea kings and trade routes and sleeping children in fishing villages who would later say the ocean sounded kinder that night, though none of them had words for why. Then the connection changed. Not gone, different. Kurama's presence ceased being concentrated in the mindscape and became ambient, vast, distributed beyond personality's usual borders. Still Kurama, but no longer contained enough to stand across from Naruto as one shape and one voice forever. The final words came not through ears, but through everything. "Don't waste the chance to be small again," Naruto's breath caught. Kurama, but the name went out into a sea already answering with new tides. The storm broke. The platforms cracked, the seal completed, and Naruto fell. He woke 3 days later on a quiet island. No throne, no sanctum, no governors standing over him, just a simple room. Open window, salt wind, white sheets, wooden ceiling. The distant sound of waves and someone arguing outside about whether the fish had been overcooked. For one blessed, disorienting moment, it almost felt like another life entirely. Then he reached inward. The mindscape answered. But it was empty, not dead, not cold, simply vast and quiet, like a temple after the god had chosen to become weather. Naruto sat up slowly. Weak, humanly weak, in a way he had not felt for decades. Not powerless, never that, but reduced from planetary kinghood to something closer to a man carrying the memory of impossible power rather than its full continuous weight. He looked out the window. The ocean glittered. And beneath that glitter, very far down and everywhere at once, a new will moved through the roots. Calm, watchful, patient. Kurama was still here, just not his anymore. Whitebeard found him on the beach at sunset. Naruto stood barefoot at the edge of the surf. Trousers rolled slightly at the ankles, watching the sea with the expression of someone trying to memorize the face of a friend who now lived too far away to visit normally. Whitebeard approached without announcing himself. For a while they stood in silence. At last Whitebeard said, "The seal is gone." Naruto nodded. Mostly. Whitebeard glanced at him. Mostly. Naruto's mouth twitched faintly. "The world still listens if I push. It just doesn't obey the way it used to." Whitebeard absorbed that then. "And him." Naruto looked at the horizon. Everywhere. The old pirate let out a slow breath through his nose. For a while the surf said everything neither man wanted to phrase first. Then Whitebeard did what Whitebeard had always done best when sentiment threatened to become unbearable. He made it practical. The territories will shift. Yes, the governors will test their new limits. Yes, the world will assume weakness. Naruto's expression hardened slightly. Yes. Whitebeard looked at him fully then. "And what are you now?" There it was again, that question, but this time the answer came easier. Not because Naruto liked it, because grief had stripped enough lies away. "I'm what's left," he said. Whitebeard studied him, then gave one slow nod as if that answer, while not complete, was at least honest enough to be worth hearing. "The stories are spreading farther," Whitebeard said. Naruto did not ask which ones. He already knew. "The ones about the boy," Whitebeard added. The sea kept moving. Naruto's voice came quiet. "I know. You never stopped me." Naruto looked down at the edge of the water where foam dissolved around his feet. "No." Whitebeard's gaze remained heavy and direct. "Why?" That answer took longer, long enough for a wave to arrive and recede. Then Naruto said, "Because if the world only remembers the king, then the king wins completely." Whitebeard's eyes softened in that harsh old way of his. "Good," he said. And for the first time in years, Naruto almost felt something like relief. Not redemption, not absolution, nothing so dramatic or clean. Just the knowledge that some part of him had refused total erasure, and that refusal had not needed to come only from himself. The final decision was the poneglyph. Naruto chose the stone personally, not ancient stone already burdened by the old civilization's guilt and warnings. Not one of the existing hidden records left by those who had tried to suppress catastrophe, and in doing so built the architecture for later tyranny. He had a new one cut, hard enough to last, simple enough not to be mistaken for ornament, massive enough that no ordinary wave or passing war could remove it without effort. He chose an island no map treated as important, which was exactly why it mattered. Remote, weathered, easy to miss, hard to approach without intent. The kind of place history ignored until it discovered too late that memory had been waiting there all along. He carved it himself, not with tools alone, with chakra, haki, and the last lingering authority his hands still carried from the years when the world had obeyed at a more frightened level. The work took time, longer than his old power would have required. He accepted that. Every stroke into the stone felt like translation, not merely inscription. How much truth could a person carve before truth stopped being memory and started becoming self-defense? How much confession could remain useful to the future without becoming indulgence? Whitebeard visited once while the carving was half done and said nothing. Big Mom never came, though she sent enough food that the worksite staff nearly mutinied from abundance. Kaido arrived drunk, stared at the half-finished stone for a minute, declared that writing feelings into rocks was the saddest possible old man behavior, then stood watch on the cliff above for 6 silent hours before leaving without another word. Naruto carved until the message was finished. He stood before it at dawn, see wind moving through grass and old basalt, and read the final lines aloud only once to hear whether they sounded like truth or performance. They sounded tired, which meant they were probably close enough. By then, the fracture in his soul had stabilized but not disappeared. The pull toward another cycle still existed at the edge of awareness. He could feel it some mornings in the space between waking and breath. Could feel the old world somewhere beyond reachable distance, not gone, not recovered, simply placed again outside his jurisdiction. He had a choice now. Not a perfect one, never a clean one. He could keep rooting himself here as king, living longer through stolen systems and residual authority until identity thinned into function. Or he could let go gradually. Not vanish overnight, not abandon the world to collapse, but step down from being its central pressure and allow Kurama's deeper influence through the roots, Whitebeard's stories, and time's own erosion of rigid structures to do what domination alone never could. Change a world after fear had already done its part. That was the final irony. After all his power, all his victories, all his cruelties, all his attempts to force order where hope had failed, the future might still depend more on tides, stories, and memory than on kingship. Very like life. The last time Naruto visited Mary Geoise, he went alone. The broken sanctum had changed over the years. Less ruin now, more deliberate preservation. Not restoration, he would never allow that, but stabilization. The throne prison remained at the center, untouched except for structural reinforcement. No banners hung there, no court convened there. No ministers used it as a seat of state. It remained a wound kept visible. Imu still sat inside the seal throne conscious, still, watching with those unreadable old eyes from behind layers of prison lore and time. Naruto stood before the throne for a long while, neither spoke. At last, Imu said, voice thinner now, not weaker exactly but worn by the centuries, finally beginning to act on someone who had once believed themselves beyond them, "You are diminishing." Naruto almost smiled. "So are you." Silence. Then Imu asked the question Naruto had not expected from them, not because it was compassionate, but because it suggested curiosity had survived imprisonment where superiority had not fully managed it. Was it worth it? Naruto looked at the sealed sovereign for a long time. The old answer would have been a speech. The king's answer might have been a cold justification. The younger Naruto's answer might have been immediate refusal. What came out instead was something less satisfying and therefore more honest. "I don't know," he said. Imu watched him. Naruto continued. "I came here to stop one kind of world from surviving itself." His gaze moved briefly to the broken architecture around them. "I did that." The silence sharpened slightly. Then he added, "But what replaced it wasn't right just because it beat you." That seemed to interest Imu more than any accusation had. "And yet you ruled." "Yes, and you regret it." Naruto's expression hardened faintly. "No." That was the ugly truth. Regret was too soft a word, too singular, too clean. He did not regret all of it. That was what made the weight real. Too much of it had been necessary. Too much of it had worked. Too much suffering had genuinely ended because he had chosen terrifying efficiency over sentimental collapse. Imu saw something of that in his face. Naruto finished the thought anyway. "I regret how easy some of it became." For the first time in all the years of their imprisonment, Imu looked almost human. Not kinder, not forgiven, just briefly legible as a person who understood exactly the kind of sentence only another world-scale ruler could mean without self-deception. The chamber fell silent again. At length, Naruto turned to leave. Behind him, Imu's voice came one last time. "What will the world call you when you are gone?" Naruto stopped at the threshold. He thought of Whitebeard's stories, of the child in the tavern, of Kurama in the roots beneath the sea, of the poneglyph waiting on its forgotten island, of the boy he had been, of the king he had become, of the distance between them and the fact that distance had never entirely swallowed the bridge. Then he answered without turning back. "That depends on who remembers first." He left the sanctum behind. Years later, how many was always argued by scholars and sailors and surviving governors differently, because history loves uncertainty. Where exact grief would hurt too much, the stone was found. Not by a king, not by a great pirate, not by an army, by travelers. A small crew blown off course by weather that moved strangely along routes where the sea had begun, over time, to show preferences no charts could fully explain. They found the island half by accident, found the stone by climbing a ridge for a better view of water they no longer trusted. And there, weathered but unbroken, cut into black stone by a hand that had once ruled the world and learned too late that rule was not the same thing as being right, they found the message. Some versions of the inscription were copied correctly, some were not. Some later retellings added lines that were never there. That was inevitable. But the final lines, the ones that mattered most, survived close enough in every version that the heart of them remained intact. They read, "I came here to be remembered. I am not sure I came here to be right. If you are reading this, the world survived me. I hope that is enough." Those lines spread, slowly at first, then farther. And once they met Whitebeard's oral tradition, once the stone and the stories began recognizing each other across distance, something unexpected happened. Naruto ceased belonging entirely to the empire he had built. He became argument, warning, legend, tragedy, proof. To some, he remained the greatest tyrant the sea had ever produced. To others, the brutal king who had ended worse horrors and paid for it by becoming one of them in part. To some, a fallen hero. To others, a pragmatic monster with the honesty to leave behind an apology disguised as testimony. And deep beneath all those versions, where tides touched roots and roots touched memory, Kurama moved through the world's secret channels like a patient god who no longer wanted temples. Storms shifted slightly away from some fishing villages. Sea kings turned from certain routes without obvious cause. A few islands long trapped in ruin found their weather gentling over generations. Not paradise, never paradise. Kurama had not become kindness, he had become pressure with a conscience. And that was enough to tilt centuries. In the end, the world did not remember Naruto in one single shape, which was fitting. He had not lived in one. He had been a boy who wanted acknowledgement, a shinobi who fought gods, a displaced soul in a dead king's body, a conqueror, a system builder, a tyrant, a necessary horror, a cautionary story, a man who won and then had to sit beside the meaning of that victory until it finally stopped looking like triumph. And because memory is less obedient than empires, all of those survived. Long after his throne mattered less, long after the governors were dead, long after the Zebeck era had become subject rather than atmosphere, long after the sea had decided which scars to keep and which to smooth over. There remained, in taverns and on ships and in old stories whispered to children who stared too hard at the horizon, one stubborn image that refused to disappear, not the king, not the conqueror, a boy standing alone, wanting desperately to be seen. And that, perhaps, was the one thing neither empire nor reincarnation had ever fully managed to take from him.